They are half-baked ideas, not thought through, unreasonable, financially unviable, and nobody ever takes any leaf out of the Congress book. I can assure you about that. And neither do the people of India trust them, and therefore they have holistically rejected them and left them at 99.
Minister Goyal, coalition governments are known for compulsions, as they say, politics of compulsions during the UPA, as we saw play out. This is the 11th budget of Prime Minister Modi, and it's clear that you're speaking from a position of strength. There is reforms which have been put as on focus. There is continuity of policy as well. According to you, what makes this budget decisive and crucial for government's own roadmap for Viksit Bharat?
Well, I think one marked difference in this budget is the confidence that it exudes. Because in earlier times, when we came into government in 14, we were straddled with a broken economy. India was a fragile five economy, foreign exchange reserves were low, we had serious stress, growth was low, inflation was high. In every respect, the confidence and morale of the country was down. The world looked down upon India. There was no respect for India in the corridors of power in the world. We built that up assiduously in our first term, only to be confronted with COVID and then the two wars. Despite all of that, the Prime Minister, through his astute leadership, the Honorable Finance Minister and earlier leaders, Mr. Jaitley, the former Finance Minister, they have, through 10 years of painstaking effort, made India a very powerful nation. We have strong economic fundamentals. The macroeconomy is very strong. We have a sense of confidence across the nation. The world today looks up to India as the engine of growth. So this budget builds upon this strong foundation and therefore is very bold in its outcomes, is thinking big and is preparing the framework which will help India rapidly grow towards a Viksit Bharat.
All right, Piyush Goyal, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV and sharing your thoughts on the big takeaways of the 11th budget of Prime Minister Modi, but also the first budget of Modi 3.0. Of course, it's an alliance government, so NDA 3.0. That's all from me. Ankit joins you on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Hardeep हमारे साथ हैं।
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Hardeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
There was 7 trillion.
Hello, Moto.
Welcome back. Now, the Supreme Court, in an important ruling today, has rejected the demand for re-examination of the NEET undergraduate examination 2024. Supreme Court has said can't conclude sanctity was breached all across. Retest will hit 24 lakh students. The retest demand has not justified, though the court acknowledged that there is limited breach that took place in Hazaribagh and Patna, but that doesn't justify the big, in fact, re-examination order from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said that if the re-examination was ordered, it will have far-reaching implications, and that is the reason why the Supreme Court has not, in fact, given that order. Remember, 40 petitions were put in the Supreme Court, many of them asking for a re-examination. The court also said that the people, those who have through cheating or have in fact benefited from the paper leak, those people have been identified, and it will be unfair on every other student who has worked very hard if there is any sort of re-examination. Let me bring in my colleague Sunil Prabhu and Prabhakar, who is joining us at this moment. Sunil Prabhu was in the Supreme Court getting us the latest on this big story, and Prabhakar is joining us from Patna. Sunil, coming to you first. There were enough indications throughout this hearing that the Supreme Court was not very inclined towards a re-examination call, which was given by many of the petitioners. It has accepted the government and the NTA's view that the breach was very, very limited.
That's right. As you rightly pointed out, a finality finally given by the Supreme Court. The Chief Justice and his bench, after hearing for nearly 4 days on a continuous basis this important aspect about the examination process, finally deciding that because, as you rightly pointed out, the academic schedule, the fact that, medical exams and the whole thing will have, it'll get delayed, it'll have far-reaching complications for the years to come and for future generations. And that is why, going on the basis of the fact that there has been only 155, according to them, beneficiaries of this leak, which took place in Hazaribagh as well as in Patna, they have decided against a retest. They don't see it as a systemic failure, but they have made a proviso that if any student is found to have had access to a paper and some malified intentions at a later stage, then they will be ineligible. They will be found, they will be debarred from the examination and the entire process. So they've done that proviso, but definitely a huge sign of relief for lakhs of students, those who have already done well, waiting for their counseling and admission process so as to start the entire process of getting admitted into medical colleges. So that, in a sense, is now a final chapter over. The final arbiter, the Supreme Court of India, has decided. This has been a huge, as you're well aware, political controversy, traumatic experience for students, parents. There were a number of third parties, coaching centers and others who came in and pleaded in this case. And finally, the Chief Justice of India, as well as his bench, deciding to give this interim order. They have appointed, Ankit, a 7-member committee, expert committee, which will now assist the court and ensure that it will, in the future, for future generations, a more foolproof system to ensure that the exam process is robust, foolproof, and future generations do not face the trauma that many students faced in this session this time around.
Sunil, stay on with me. Prabhakar, in fact, Hazaribagh and Patna were also identified in the Supreme Court in this order as the two places where the breach did take place. So now, what is the clarity? What happens here going forward to various centers where these students, in fact, gave the examination?
See, the Supreme Court has clearly observed that around 155 students have been found involved in this entire process, and this breach, if at all it happened locally, and it involves two states, Bihar and Jharkhand, Hazaribagh and Patna to be precise, as cities, as centers where this breach could have possibly happened. And now Supreme Court has also made it very clear that the students who actually go and take admission in the colleges, even at the later stage, if they are found guilty, they would be debarred from the admission, and there would be actually legal action would be taken against them. We know that CBI is conducting an inquiry into it. CBI is on the ground, and in these two states especially, there are several arrests which has been made, and there are many students who were divided on this. So when we were talking to students and their parents, what we saw that it was a divided house. There was a large group of students who wanted this examination to be cancelled because they thought that this entire process has been breached, and they had worked hard and they would not get their due share as far as the results are concerned. Whereas a large section of students did not wanted the re-NEET. The hashtag re-NEET was trending for long, but they did not wanted this re-NEET because they believe that they have slogged hard for 1 year to reach where they have reached. They have scored the numbers, and just because somebody has actually goofed up the system locally somewhere, maybe in the states of Bihar and Jharkhand, so all the students who appeared for this examination should not be punished. But certainly the CBI, these two states would remain under the scanner of CBI. The Supreme Court has also observed in its order that these two states remain under the scanner, and the investigation would be on, and 155 students we know have been found involved in the entire process. Remember, there are two goof-ups with the CBI is inquiring into it. One is the alleged paper leak, and the other is the solver gang involvement. We know that many of the medical students have also been arrested. So these two aspects will continue to be investigated by CBI, and there will be many more arrests in days to come as CBI finds them guilty.
Right, thank you so much for joining us. My colleagues Sunil Prabhu and Prabhakar, in fact, reporting on this big story that we've been tracking continuously here on NDTV. Moving on now, the Karnataka High Court on Tuesday stayed the first information report and the consequent proceedings against two Enforcement Directorate officers accused in the Valmiki Corporation scam investigation. Justice M. Nagaprasanna cited concerns over potential misuse of legal provisions against them. Karnataka government officials had filed a case against the ED officials. Officials had accused Enforcement Directorate of forcing him to mention Chief Minister Siddharamaya's name. My colleague Pratiraman joins us for more. All right, what we'll do, we'll just go across to Pratibha for more details on this story. But remember, this was a reaction to the investigation which Enforcement Directorate is conducting at this moment. The Valmiki scam case has become a big issue in the state of Karnataka, where the BJP throughout the current assembly session has in fact tried to put the government on a back foot, the Siddaramaya government on the back foot, citing these scams. And now it was after a local official said that he was forced by the Enforcement Directorate officers to take Chief Minister's name. There was an FIR which was registered against the two ED officials, which has been stayed by the High Court. So remember, this was once again another case which was getting into a direct confrontation, a case of the centre versus the state government with respect to the Enforcement Directorate versus the state police. Let me go across to my colleague Pratibha Raman, who is joining us with more details at this moment. Pratibha, this could have had serious consequences. What has the High Court said while in fact staying these proceedings against the Enforcement Directorate officers?
Well, in fact, it was based on the complaint that was filed by a government official that prompted the ED to challenge this at the Karnataka High Court, and the hearing was and the court did say that the 1st of August, where the Karnataka government issued a notice to them to file their objections until then, and with respect to the ED had demanded to be quashed. The High Court has observed that for now, the will be stayed until further notification that will emerge from the Karnataka government. Now, when the hearing has been adjourned, where the kind of arguments that will be presented before this case goes forward.
Pratibha, thank you for joining us with all those details. The first budget of Modi government 3.0 has rewarded key NDA allies. We've been hearing since morning the allocations for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh have been topic of discussions, but there have been many, in fact, important points as far as the budget is concerned. Some relief for the taxpayer under the new regime and focus on creating job opportunities for youngsters are the big themes. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's Budget 2024 speech had good news for taxpayers opting for the new regime. From 50, now it has gone up to 75,000 standard deduction. She also said people have given a unique opportunity to the BJP-led NDA government to take the country on the path of strong development and all-round prosperity. All right, so what we'll try and do right now, just to, in our continuous effort to try and simplify the budget, see the big picture, let's go across to a special guest. Nilesh Shah, MD, Kotak Mahindra Asset Management, is joining us at this moment. Mr. Shah, thank you so much for speaking to us on NDTV. I want to understand from you, sir, what are the 2-3 big themes? One was, of course, a focus on the youth, job and employment opportunities, because the government has seen a lot of flack coming in from the opposition, particularly in the 2024 election run-up as well, for their inability to create jobs. Do you think that this budget, in fact, fulfills some of those aspirations, some of those gaps that we have seen so far?
This budget has focused on some sort of trinity of impossible. On one side, as you correctly mentioned, there is 2 lakh crore rupee allocated towards employment generation. It involves skilling, it involves apprenticeship, and it involves incentives. But beyond that, this budget is focused on the path of fiscal consolidation. Last year, when budget was presented, fiscal deficit was estimated at 5.8%. This year, we are starting at 4.9%. And more importantly, revenues are conservatively estimated. There is tax buoyancy as reflected in first quarter advanced tax collection. There is potential to increase divestment as markets are on a bull run. And also there is possibility of higher dividend income. Despite estimating revenues conservatively, you are pursuing the path of fiscal prudence. More importantly, next year's 4.5% target looks achievable, and it could result into India's credit rating upgrade, as over next couple of years will become primary surplus, and our combined deficit, which has come down below 8%, could go below 7% between center and state. The third important aspect of the budget is infrastructure investment. Last year, we spent about 9.5 lakh crore on infrastructure. This year, it is about 11.11 lakh crore. So there is this trinity of one, fiscal prudence, second, boost to employment generation, and third, infrastructure investment. This should eventually lead to credit rating upgrade of India.
Right, so stay on with me. We are also being joined by Mr. D.K. Joshi, Chief Economist. CRISIL, thank you so much, Mr. Joshi, for speaking to us. So let me just break this down and let me start with the real estate sector. What is the important changes or impact do you see there as far as the real estate sector is concerned? A lot of people talking about the indexation being taken away and the long-term gain tax, in fact, also coming in there. How do you see what has happened as far as the infrastructure in the real estate sector is concerned?
Well, I think infrastructure is, as Nilesh was pointing out, I think it's been a constant theme with the government. I think the entire pre-pandemic recovery strategy was based on government in putting more emphasis on infrastructure creation. And I think that has, we all know, has higher multiplier effects on the economy. And I think it also spills over to the private sector in terms of both real estate and infrastructure, because you have more demand for steel, you have more demand for cement. So I think the infrastructure focus has paid off in a sense that we are strengthening the supply side of the economy. Indian economy traditionally, I think, always has been supply constrained. And now I think the supply side is being strengthened, which essentially also means that the pressure on core inflation, which is low right now, I think it will continue. So I think I'm pretty positive on the infrastructure story continuing, because it is very critical, not only from the point of view of its multiplier effects, but also because I think the success of manufacturing depends on how good your logistics are. And for that, we have to continuously improve our logistics so that we catch up with the East Asian nations.
Right. Mr. Shah, initially, was it, there was a lot of people said that, the government the one mistake that was made in the previous budget was about the tax which was paid on angel investors. That has now been reversed, but long-term capital gain tax has been increased, and we saw a little bit of dip in the market, post that. Are you worried on that or the sentiments of the market in the long term, on this issue?
So the market reaction today itself has shown that market has taken it to the stride and moved forward. 2.5% increase in long-term capital gain, assuming that returns will be somewhere around 10 to 15%, and we just take average 12%. 2.5% of 12% is not a substantial number. It is coming to somewhere around 25-30 basis points. Hence, markets will probably ignore it. Angel tax withdrawal is a step in the right direction. But at the same time, we must also remember why angel tax was levied. There were many unlisted companies where capital gains tax were used. The lower capital gains tax of 10% was used to convert black income into white. Now, clearly when private equity venture capital invest, their treatment should be different from some individuals, doing the tax planning. So I hope and pray that angel tax withdrawal is the step in the direction, but it does not open up a window where other people go and convert their black income into white, taking advantage of lower taxation on capital gains.
Right. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me at this moment with your expert views on the Union Budget 2024. There is a lot to talk about. There is a lot to decode, and during the course of the day and the next few days, we'd be able to see the fine print, in fact, of this budget. As they say, the devil lies in the details. Thank you so much. At this moment, these pictures that you are seeing on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, are Finance Minister. Fresh pictures, live visuals coming in, meeting the BJP women wing workers. She has, of course, the Finance Minister, a rare achievement, 7 consecutive budget. And for the Bharatiya Janata Party, this is at the BJP headquarters. In fact, for the Bharatiya Janata Party, it becomes, for their women workers, Nirmala Sitharaman becomes quite an icon with the stature that she has achieved after presenting her 7th consecutive and 11th budget of the Modi government.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आयो बात जोर। पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Hardeep हमारे साथ हैं।
वो परफॉर्मेंस आई सारा दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Hardeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world.
NDTV.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presents her 7th budget, the focus on creating jobs and priorities for Viksit Bharat. Prime Minister Modi hailed the union budget, saying it strengthens every section of the society. It takes country, poor, village and farmer on the path of prosperity. Budget revises tax slabs under the new regime. Government promises complete review of the Income Tax Act, but capital gains tax, rate of securities transaction tax are increased with angel tax abolished. NDA 3.0 feels opposition heat. Leaders corner government over appeasement of allies. Rahul says allies appease at the cost of other states. Samajwadi Party all focus on Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. TMC meanwhile said this is Kursi Bachao budget. Supreme Court rejects re-examination for NEET demand. Re-examination will have far-reaching implications, says the court. Re-examination demand not justified. Meanwhile, there have been tons of reactions coming in on the union budget. The opposition, of course, hitting out at the government, calling it the Sarkar Bachao budget. Meanwhile, the allies of the Modi government hailing this budget. Listen in.
12 नए इंडस्ट्रियल नोड्स, देश में नए सैटेलाइट टाउन्स का विकास और 14 बड़े शहरों के लिए ट्रांजिट प्लान्स, इससे देश में नए इकोनॉमिक हब विकसित होंगे और बहुत बड़ी संख्या में नए रोजगार बनेंगे.
Scheme A, first timers. This scheme will provide 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. Direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments to first-time employees. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youths.
1 करोड़ नौजवानों को इंटर्नशिप की योजना, इससे गांव के, गरीब के मेरे नौजवान साथी, मेरे बेटे बेटी देश की टॉप कंपनियों में काम करेंगे. उनके सामने संभावनाओं के नए द्वार खुलेंगे. हमें हर शहर, हर गांव, हर घर एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बनाना है.
Our government will launch a comprehensive scheme for providing internship opportunities in 500 top companies to 1 crore youth in 5 years. They will gain exposure for 12 months to real-life business environment, varied professions and employment opportunities. An internship allowance of 5,000 per month, 5,000 rupees per month, along with a one-time assistance of 6,000 rupees will be provided. Companies will be expected to bear the training cost and 10% of their internship cost from their CSR funds.
साथियों, एनडीए सरकार ने पिछले 10 साल में ये सुनिश्चित किया है कि गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग को लगातार टैक्स से राहत मिलती रहे. इस बजट में भी इनकम टैक्स में कटौती और स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन में वृद्धि का फैसला लिया गया है. टीडीएस के नियमों को भी सरल किया गया है. इन कदमों से हर टैक्स पेयर को अतिरिक्त बचत होने वाली है.
In the new tax regime, the tax rate structure is proposed to be revised as follows. 0 to 3 lakh rupees, nil. 3 to 7 lakh rupees, 5%. 7 to 10 lakh rupees, 10%. 10 to 12 lakh rupees, 15%. 12 to 15 lakh rupees, 20%. And above 15 lakh rupees, 30%. As a result of these changes, a salaried employee in the new tax regime stands to save up to 17,500 rupees in income tax. अभी मैं बोल नहीं सकती हूँ. ज़रूर हमारी इरादा ये है कि सिंपलर टैक्सेशन रजीम होना चाहिए और सिंपल टैक्स रजीम की ओर अगर हम जा रहे हैं ये रिव्यू के द्वारा वो ही हमारी मकसद होगा कि सिंपल कर दो. ओल्ड टैक्स रजीम को सिंपल करने के रास्ते पर ही ये नया टैक्स रजीम आया है. सनसेट होगा कि नहीं होगा वो अभी मैं बोल नहीं सकती हूँ. वो रिव्यू करने के बाद ही हम एक डिसीजन लेंगे.
The abolition of angel tax is an absolutely wonderful move. It will give a further impetus to the startup ecosystem, and I have no doubt in my mind that as the youth of India are exploring the world with new ideas, new initiatives, this tax, which at times was a deterrent to getting investments into the startup ecosystem, will help these youngsters in experimenting with their ideas, taking their ideas to the world.
और इस बार भी बजट में आज शिपिंग इंडस्ट्री को और क्रूज इंडस्ट्री को भी बढ़ावा देने के लिए जो भी वित्त मंत्री जी के जरिए आज बजट में उल्लेख की है, ये स्पष्ट है कि अगली 25 साल में अमृतकाल जो विजन है, इस विजन के जरिए हम चाहते हैं कि भारत शिपिंग इंडस्ट्री के सिलसिले में दुनिया की टॉप 5 देश में से एक बने.
Mr. Rijiju, welcome to NDTV. I am, first of all, I must say that you have taken time out of your busy schedule. I am thankful for that, as always. And tell me your initial thoughts about the union budget.
I feel this budget, 2024-25, is a strongest ever foundation laid for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Because Prime Minister has already given a clear-cut vision to make India a developed nation by 2047. This kind of budget actually inspires everyone to make India a developed nation. Look at the provisions in this budget. Highest ever allocation for creating world-class infrastructure. 11,111 crore. And the amount of 1.5 lakh crore loans to be provided to the state governments. This kind of budget is unheard of. It's the first time in the Indian history this kind of budgetary support is provided for creating world-class infrastructure. And if you see the overall country as a whole, if one part of the nation ails, then the country cannot progress. So the focus on the eastern India, right from Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh, and the entire northeast, this region has high potential for economic growth. But unfortunately, the eastern India, despite being very resourceful region, could not contribute much. In the last 10 years, Prime Minister has given enough support to make that region really stand on its own feet. And now with this year's special provisions for the eastern India, it's going to be a major growth engine. And if you see the essence of this budget, then the employment creation for the youth. So the job creation has been given absolute attention by giving so much of provisions, not only for job creation, but for those people who want to get into startup and stand up, for skilling, training, so many support systems. So for the youth and for the women, so much of emphasis has been given. And for the farmers, the kind of support, and for the small-scale industries like those shrimp industries and all, these are going to create a huge rise in the manufacturing sector, especially in the MSME. And then you see the social structure. Today we have a very, very solid foundation to have a very vibrant society. But within the society, now the status of farmers, they have been improved so much in the last 10 years. Now the additional support provided to farmers in this budget. And then if you see those special care being given for the middle class, salaried class, the pensioners, these are some of the schemes. I think it has given a huge boost to the most needy people, the weaker section and the middle class. And if you see special care given to the vulnerable tribal groups, many of the tribes in India are small. So electorally they are not important, but they are left out. So special packages for the tribals. This is for the first time, I being myself a tribal leader of our country, being a member of the cabinet, it's heartwarming. I must thank the Honorable Prime Minister for thinking so much for the tribals of India. And the banking branches to be established in the far-flung areas of the northeastern region. So overall, if you see for the industry, for the farm sector, for the infrastructure, everything has been taken care of, including some of the focused small areas which are normally neglected, like the cancer drugs being made so cheap through this budgetary provisions. So combined as a whole, if you see the budget, I feel this budget will lead to make a truly Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat.
Mr. Rijiju, it's interesting that you talk about the support to states, but many will say that you have provided maximum support to your own allies, that you have given money to Andhra Pradesh and they have given money to Bihar, and that is why Eastern region has come to prominence.
This argument is totally flawed. First of all, when the Andhra Pradesh state was bifurcated, the Congress party promised many things, but they did not plan properly, and for political reason, they bifurcated. Now Andhra Pradesh is suffering. So in last 10 years, whatever support has been provided, it has been given a concrete shape in the provisions which are provided in this budget. So Andhra Pradesh is a very potential state. So the commitments which were given earlier Congress party are now fulfilled by Modi ji. And Bihar, such a ancient and such a state with hard-working people, but unfortunately Bihar had been ailing. So the flood situation which comes from Nepal and causes havoc in the state of Bihar are being addressed for the flood control measures. And then some of the iconic venues like Nalanda, Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, these are being given a new impetus to develop on the line of its rich heritage and those infrastructures which are being mentioned. So it's not only Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. They require so much which are being announced. But if you see the total budgetary provisions, it is for everyone. If you talk about all the provisions which are available in this budget, every state will equally get opportunity to prosper. Not only that, the competitive, federalism which the spirit which Prime Minister talked about, if the states develop, the country will develop automatically. So this kind of, a spirit of competitive federalism has been given in this budget, with proper support from the center, I don't think anybody would, in a sane mind, would criticize this budget. If opposition parties are criticizing this budget, that means this budget is good, because they are unhappy because the budget is good. If budget had been bad, the opposition would have been excited. So the opposition parties are very, down with low spirit because the budget has excited the people of the country. So I'm not undermining the understanding of the opposition parties, but they deliberately play down the excitement of this budget by criticizing it. That is political. But as a genuine person, as a genuine citizen, I feel everybody would welcome this budget, and this is one of the finest and most balanced, progressive budget I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Mr. Rijiju, my last question to you on the budget is this, that two issues, jobs and inflation, have, many people will say, have cost BJP dear. You have lost certain seats, etc. What do you think this budget has that these two issues can be addressed? And going forward, obviously these are not, joblessness is an old issue in this country, and with the rising population that issue cannot be solved overnight. But what is it moving in the right direction is the question that many people would ask.
No, absolutely we are on right direction. The fiscal management of this government has been the best ever. If it's the inflation, look at the 10 years of UPS inflation, double digit, and look at the inflation during Modi's 2-term and now beginning of 3rd term. Everything being controlled. Worldwide, all the major countries, all the major economic institutions, all leading economies of the world are praising and also telling the world that India is the bright spot. India is one of the growth engine for the global economy. Now, this has never happened in the history of the modern world, that India has been the driving force for the world economy, and it is the fastest big economy in the world. Is it not a matter of pride for every Indian? So let us not do politics when it comes to economy, it comes to national interest, because we have the best financial management in last 10 years, and our prudent fiscal policies have paid dividends, and everybody is excited. The country is growing so well. So now, with the growth of the country, the expectation also rise. So the employment issues are genuinely being addressed by this budget, because the job creation has been one of the fundamental priorities in this budget, and I feel that the amount of jobs it will create, so the major whatever concerns the opposition people are saying, are totally addressed in this budget, and wholeheartedly everybody should welcome this brilliant budget presented today by Nirmala Sitharaman.
And my last question to you, Mr. Rijiju, before I let you go, I know you are getting delayed and I'm sorry for this, but my last question, you are a senior politician, Mr. Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister of the country. And in the Parliament, after many, many years, there is now a almost evenly balanced opposition and the treasury benches. Keeping that in mind, how difficult or how easy it is for you to run the Parliament along with the presiding officers, of course, and are you, Mr. Rijiju, addressing all the concerns being raised by the opposition so that the democracy functions in its right spirit?
I feel this 18 Lok Sabha is interesting, and it is very challenging for me as a Minister for Parliamentary Affairs to run the House, because India is a vibrant democracy. And sometimes democracy can be a little bit messy and noisy. I think that's fine. If the Parliament is not noisy at times, people may say it's boring. I don't mind Parliament being, having a very heated debates and discussions. The only thing I would like to urge the opposition parties is have debates and discussion. Question the government, but don't disrupt the parliamentary proceedings. What opposition people are and have been doing is stop the parliament functioning, and which leads to sometimes, wastage of the precious time of the parliament. So I feel that now opposition parties are coming to the term that creating disturbances, disruptions and blocking parliamentary proceedings doesn't pay political dividend. So better sense should prevail and we must come together around the parliament. After all, parliament belongs to the people of India. It just doesn't belong to the ruling party or BJP. It's for everybody. It's the NDA or the India Alliance. We all have to ensure that the parliament runs. As a healthy democracy is something which we are always proud about.
Healthy democracy is something that India is always proud of, says the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, who has one of the toughest jobs on his hands. Thank you, Mr. Rijiju, as always, for joining NDTV.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Hardeep हमारे साथ हैं।
ਉਹਦੀ performance ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Hardeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, One World Hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to
The opposition, some of them have called it the Kursi Bajao budget, and others, in fact, have hit out on the clear focus of the government. Listen into what the opposition had to say about Nirmala Sitharaman's 7th budget.
बजट पहला तो बहुत निराशजनक बजट है। दूसरा, ये अपना सिंहासन बचाने के लिए ये बजट किया गया है। तीसरा, जो किसानों के लिए हम अपेक्षा कर रहे थे एमएसपी गारंटी का, और कानूनन उसको कुछ एमएसपी को मजबूती मिलेगी, ये सारी चीज़ें हमने एक्सपेक्ट किया था, वो भी इसमें नहीं है।
According to CMIE, the all India unemployment rate is 9.2%. The response of the government is too little and will have only little impact on the grave unemployment situation. They claim that the schemes announced by the Finance Minister will benefit 290 lakh persons is highly exaggerated. She has given three numbers: 210 lakh, 30 lakh and 50 lakhs. Each one of the numbers is highly exaggerated.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Hardeep हमारे साथ हैं।
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਆਈ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
and welcome. You're watching NDTV special budget show focusing on taxes, the changes proposed in the budget and what that means for you. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented her 7th budget today, the first of Modi 3.0 government. For the middle class, for the salaried class, there's been some restructuring of income tax rates, but only in the new regime. So what changes for you and me? Let's take a look at this graphics which has tried to break up for our viewers what exactly changes in the new tax regime. Now, as per the changes proposed, now in this regime, someone who is earning between 3 to 7 lakhs will be taxed at 5%. Of course, there's exemption till 3 lakhs. Then for an income of 7 to 10 lakhs, the tax rate is 10%. Income of 10 to 12 lakhs, tax rate is 15%. And any income above that, of course, is, as we know, it goes up to the 30% bracket. Now, the impact of this is that another important point, rather, in fact, to note is that the standard deduction for new tax regime has been raised from 50,000 to 75,000. In fact, there was a lot of expectation it would go up to 1 lakh, but that didn't happen. So the impact, as we were talking about, overall is that income between 9 to 10 lakh, for those who are earning between 9 to 10 lakh, will be taxed at 10% instead of the earlier bracket of 15%. Also, those with salaries, they are likely to save up to 17,500 rupees annually because of these changes which have been proposed in the new tax regime. So how have these changes resonated with the people on ground? We will also be looking at few other taxes which impact the middle class and get expert analysis on those changes. On the show, I'm going to be joined by my colleague Saurabh from Kolkata and Radhika from Mumbai. Also, I have a panel of top experts. Kumaramangalam Vijay, partner and head of practice indirect taxes, JSA Advocates and Solicitors, is joining us. Mr. Rajiv Dimri, co-chair of FICCI Committee on Taxation, will be joining us. Saraswati Kasturi Rangan, partner of Deloitte India, will also be joining us on the show. Charanya Lakshmi Kumaran, executive partner of Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan Attorneys, will also be joining us, as well as Naveen Wadhwa, vice president of the Taxman. But before we go across to my colleagues, the reporters and the guests, let's listen in to the top announcements made by the finance minister with regard to tax.
In the new tax regime, the tax rate structure is proposed to be revised as follows. 0 to 3 lakh rupees, nil. 3 to 7 lakh rupees, 5%. 7 to 10 lakh rupees, 10%. 10 to 12 lakh rupees, 15%. 12 to 15 lakh rupees, 20%. And above 15 lakh rupees, 30%. As a result of these changes, a salaried employee in the new tax regime stands to save up to 17,500 rupees in income tax.
अभी मैं बोल नहीं सकती हूँ. ज़रूर हमारी इरादा ये है कि सिंपलर टैक्सेशन रजीम होना चाहिए और सिंपल टैक्स रजीम की ओर अगर हम जा रहे हैं ये रिव्यू के द्वारा वो ही हमारी मकसद होगा कि सिंपल कर दो. ओल्ड टैक्स रजीम को सिंपल करने के रास्ते पर ही ये नया टैक्स रजीम आया है. सनसेट होगा कि नहीं होगा वो अभी मैं बोल नहीं सकती हूँ. वो रिव्यू करने के बाद ही हम एक डिसीजन लेंगे.
Right, as we promised, let's go across to my colleagues Saurabh and Radhika for the voices on ground and how are people reacting to the changes as far as taxes are concerned, which have been announced, proposed by the finance minister today. Coming to you, Saurabh, first. So what are the people with you in Kolkata saying?
Well, Tanima, I'm coming to you from a group of ladies and, of course, Mr. Dhanuka, who's been discussing the budget all day. Millennium MAMs was set up, I believe, to increase financial literacy amongst women. So let me start with you, ma'am, your reactions on the budget.
You know, one big takeaway for me is that there's really no trust deficit, and this is what even foreign investors are really looking at. And the key word here is continuity. If you look at anything in the kind of schemes, there is a lot of continuity. And I'll actually quote an example. Look at the way they are actually providing 1 crore families the opportunity to continue to, to install solar panels for rooftops, and they've given them subsidy. This is something that has been continued, right? So I think that is something which is going to be looked at very positively.
Renewable energy. Ma'am, what about you?
So I think I was very happy to see agriculture, rightly so, was a priority. And the way she's focused on oilseeds mission, that is going to be a game changer for us because, if we become Atmanirbhar in oilseeds, then we don't need to import anymore. And the digital infrastructure she has promised for agriculture, that is a big step as well.
Sir, you've been doing this for years. You sort of look at the budget as a whole. According to you, what stands out?
One big word is fiscal deficit. And here they have promised that it will be 4.9%. The huge success. And next year they are projecting 4.5. Then after that 4%. So all the foreigners or Indian investor, they don't look at short-term capital gain or long-term gain. They look at fiscal deficit. That is the bottom line.
And I think that has had an impact though on the markets. But ma'am, what about you?
Yeah. So as you said about the market, I think she did mention about the long-term capital gain. She's increased the taxes from 10% to 12%, and the short-term capital gain has increased from 15% to 20%. But I would like to say that the Indian market has behaved very maturely to these announcements. They did not react they did not give a knee-jerk reaction to this. So Indian stock market has become very matured, and the impact of long-term capital gain tax on the real estate is on the positive side. It has come down from 20% to 12.5%, and also the short-term period has been decreased from 3 years to 2 years. So it is a very good thumbs up for the real estate. Just one point that we have to see tomorrow is the part of indexation. If that is allowed, then it is a big flip side for the real estate.
What about you, ma'am?
For me, this benefit for the salaried class, saving 17,500 rupees per year, it's a big I would say big incentive for the salaried class, and it will give more money in the hands of the people, and this will have a multiplier effect. Just the number 17,500 when multiplied by the tax-paying population, it's a huge amount.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, what about you?
3 lakh crore allocated for women benefit schemes. We don't know yet all the schemes in detail, but I think this is a very big step to uplift women and also to make hostels for working women. So I really congratulate our FM to really think about women when she is preparing the budget.
And the one question that I have is, playing the devil's advocate here, is that a lot of states have complained that, look, their demands have been ignored. West Bengal, Maharashtra, these are states that have openly spoken out. And what do you feel about that?
Everyone will talk about that they are the allies, so definitely Bihar and Andhra get preference. But it doesn't end there. No? Ultimately, the budget is not end of the day. Continuously, they can support Maharashtra and other states also. At least I can talk about Bihar. Bihar needed this badly. And they got this support, no?
All right. Thank you so much, sir. So we've heard a wonderful mix of opinions on the budget, and these ladies and Mr. Dhanuka have been dissecting the budget all day. They've had a session inside and they've shared their views. And well, the budget is something that everyone has a view on, but it's great to hear from you, ma'am and sir. And that's of course what Kolkata thinks of the budget in terms of the issues that we discussed here.
Right, and how it affects you and me and the middle class and the salaried class. Going over to Radhika in Mumbai now. What does Mumbai think about the changes proposed in the budget, especially with regard to tax?
That's right. Finance Minister did announce a slew of measures as far as taxpayers are concerned. Several people feel that there is some sort of relief, but many feel that there needs to be more done as far as concessions for taxpayers are concerned. Let me go across to residents of Mumbai. As we were discussing before, yes, tax slabs have been tweaked. As far as standard deduction limit is concerned, that has been hiked. But is that enough relief for a salaried employee like me?
I feel the salaried class is the most impacted at any point in time. It's just not income tax, but number of other taxes that they pay as indirect taxes, which really puts a heavy burden. So, the government needs to do more here because all of it is declared income from the employer's perspective. So I would say it's a bit lukewarm as far as salaried class is concerned.
All right, lukewarm as far as salaried class is concerned. Now, the old regime is completely untouched, whereas some relief as far as new regime is concerned. So how do you think this is going to impact people in general? Do you think government is planning to do away with the old regime per se? Take us through your thoughts on these tax relief.
Yeah, see, the government has been telling us that the new regime is simplified. So they are pushing, or all their decisions are in a way that are pushing the people to move towards the new regime. They say it's a simplified version of the old tax regime where you had to prove your deductions and show exemptions that you were claiming, you had to give proofs, etc. So now they're saying move to the new regime. It's very simplified. Up to 15 lakhs they've laid out the tax structures. They've increased the standard deduction from 50 to 75,000. So in effect, the finance minister has said that this will benefit each individual up to 17,500, moving to the new regime in the current structure. So that is what has been told regarding the individuals.
Yeah. And so you were talking about capital gains tax structure, a lot of changes.
On the budget. The expectations were far more. Let's understand the common man is burdened with a lot of things today. A 17,500 relief is not much given today's inflation, given the cost of medical things. Point number one, the expectation was far more from the budget, but the direction is, the government is going in the right direction. But having said that, while they've given a tax benefit, they've taken away the long-term capital gain and indexation benefit from the property. Now, a senior retired person who wants to sell a property and save some money to go and stay far is going to have a problem. So I think it's basically they've given something, they've taken away something more. But the direction is right, the fiscal deficit is being controlled. If they are able to do that and really stick to the figures, I'm sure next year the government should look at doing much more for the common man.
Oh, great. 30% tax for above 15 lakh, of course, it's uniform. Do you think that perhaps the super rich should be taxed even more, perhaps those earning more than 50 lakh, 1 crore, so that there's some sort of, reduce in burden as far as, a common man?
Or have done something for the rich too. And I also feel that it has been quite a letdown, the budget. We were expecting much more by way of relief in taxes from the finance ministry. This is my opinion.
Okay. Ma'am, you were talking about, women empowerment and the fact that how this perhaps, in terms of taxation and so on, how it will impact women and how it will perhaps help in empowering women. How do you sort of, analyze the budget?
30 crores has been allocated for women basically who want to invest into small businesses in the Mudra Yojana schemes. So they would be able to have their, startups and small industries on their own. So that's like a key benefit for them. And also women enrollment in higher education, that has been increased by around 28%. And to add to that, 43% seats have increased for women in STEM. So those are good, key takeaways, as well as in gold. The custom duty on gold has been reduced from 18% to 9%, which means that women can buy more gold and their Sridhan can increase. So that's a good takeaway for women.
All right. So there you heard it from residents of Mumbai. Mixed reaction, certainly. Not everybody is happy as far as salaried employees are concerned. As he was saying, much needs to be done for salaried employees, be it the old regime or the new regime. So certainly optimism there and, a sense of disappointment also being witnessed among residents of Mumbai here, especially because Maharashtra has not been considered as far as this entire allocation is concerned. That is also a reaction that we got throughout the day. Right. But these are the views from people in Mumbai as far as, tax, announcements. Income tax announcements.
In the budget is concerned. Radhika there and Saurabh, thank you so much for joining us with very articulate voices and opinions from the ground there. Now we'll go into the portion where we talk to our experts about how they analyze the budget, especially with regard to taxes that we are focusing on this show. I want to start with Kumaramangalam Vijay first. Mr. Vijay, there had been a lot of expectations from the government, especially as far as tax structure or tax regime rejig is concerned. Finally, it's happened, yes, that we can say. But is this sufficient measure that people were expecting from the Modi 3.0 government?
Okay, so if I have to take few major takeaways, I will say that the first one is abolition of angel tax. And see, this has a single biggest impact on the employment generation, because today we have moved from being just an employee-oriented country to an employer-oriented country. Everyone wants to do a startup. They want to go ahead and set up their own businesses. Now, if the capital itself is taxed, it's a very detrimental, thing for anyone, whether the investor or the investee entity. So I think that's a very big thumbs up over here on that.
Right, Mr. Vijay, I'm really sorry to interrupt you there, but Finance Minister's interviews happening right now in Doordarshan.
अगर आप इन्वेस्ट भी किए तो अब का इंडस्ट्री का रिक्वायरमेंट अलग हो गया है, इसलिए उन ITIs में ये इक्विपमेंट इंडस्ट्री 4.0 को जो चाहिए इक्विपमेंट वो सब खरीद कर हम रखेंगे और इसमें प्राइवेट सेक्टर का साथ ले रहे हैं। वो हमारे साथ और राज्य सरकार के साथ काम करके 10th पास करके छोड़कर बाहर आने वाले लड़कियों को ITI के द्वारा जहां ट्रेनिंग मिलना है, स्किलिंग होना है, जिसके बाद उनको कुछ डिप्लोमा वगैरह मिलता है, उसमें भी हम पैसा डाल करके युवाओं को अच्छा ट्रेनर्स को सैलरी दे करके उधर ट्रेनिंग का। सो फर्स्ट टाइम एम्प्लॉय, सेकेंड टाइम एम्प्लॉय, सेकेंड और थर्ड टाइम एम्प्लॉय, फ्रेश 10th स्टैंडर्ड स्किलिंग और फाइनली इंटर्नशिप के विषय में मैं गर्व से कहना चाह रही हूँ 1 करोड़ युवा डायरेक्टली उस इंटर्नशिप से बेनिफिट करेंगे, क्योंकि टॉप 500 कंपनीज के साथ भारत सरकार बात करेगी और उनके CSR के द्वारा वो इसमें जोड़ सकते हैं कि अच्छा ट्रेनर्स भी रखें उनके कंपनी के द्वारा और कंपनी शॉप फ्लोर में इन लोगों को एक्सपोजर दे, हैंड्स ऑन लर्निंग का इंटर्नशिप दें, 1 साल पूरे इंटर्नशिप दें और उसके बाद अगर ये बाहर आएंगे उनके CV में टॉप 500 कंपनी के एक कंपनी इनको इंटर्नशिप दिया तो इनका वैल्यू बढ़ेगी, जॉब में रेडीनेस बढ़ेगी एम्प्लॉयर को इनको रहने। ऐसे करके 5 स्कीम्स जिसके द्वारा युवाओं को एकदम उनके हर स्तर के लिए ट्रेनिंग का मॉड्यूल बना करके हम आगे आए हैं। ये प्रधानमंत्री जी का हर एक स्कीम के ऊपर ध्यान दिला करके टेलर मेड स्कीम्स तैयार हुआ है।
Madam Finance Minister, you've given a provision for 1.52 lakh crore rupees for the agriculture sector and 2.66 lakh crore rupees for rural development, including rural infrastructure. So effectively, how does this meet the goal of what the economic survey was looking at as making agriculture an engine for growth?
See, one thing I want to dispel. When we say these kind of amounts, people don't realize these are other than what is running as schemes. Manrega, nobody mentioned in the budget. Madam Finance Minister has not mentioned Manrega. It doesn't mean that I'm going to stop Manrega to run this. They are on-demand programs which keep going, for which I've made provision. I have not mentioned it in the speech, but it is in my records. It's in the budget revenue expenditure ka statement jahan hai, you get that there. So this misconceived notion that if it doesn't appear in the speech, it's not at all there is wrong. I want to make that plain.
Right.
Now, when you have rightly quoted the amounts for agriculture, we are saying what is very important is to reach to the farmers such inputs which are worthy for them to toil in the soil. So it's one thing you give MSPs, it's one thing you give Kisan Samman Nidhi, all that will go on.
Right.
But Kisan today requires high quality seeds, better inputs, and for that good research with which we can. I made one announcement also in this budget, 109 varieties of seeds, both for field crops and also for horticulture.
And also the climate resilient.
For climate resilient seeds. Most of our farmers today buy seeds which can't take this extreme heat, sudden flooding, and then also sometimes scarcity of irrigatable waters and so on. So I'm very proud that Indian agriculture scientists of themselves come up with this 109 resilient varieties. which I'm sure will soon be launched, and they will be, we'll be taking it down to the farmer so that they can benefit.
All
so
developed in India, ma'am?
All developed in India.
Okay.
And even better is we are looking at giving input support also to the farmers. As I said, more than 50% of his input costs should be met by the amounts that we give them. So these are great detail. And rural development is looking at not just PM Gram Sadak Yojana, not just building homes, PM Awas Yojana, where big amounts are going, that is important. 3 crore new homes, 25,000 new Gram Panchayats will get road network. Over and above this, we are looking at actually hard infrastructure in the rural areas, whether you're having silos for storage of grains, whether you've got power, actually 3-phase power going there with smart meters, and making sure that 5G connectivity reaches them. Because today, e-commerce for agriculture, for MSME, for meeting the global markets, is a requirement in the villages.
And this special vegetable clusters, ma'am, also it may help this, fighting the food inflation.
Yes, because the supply side management of perishable crops is a very big challenge for any government. We have a group of ministers which looks at the situation every 15 days and imports from some countries, from Nepal, from somewhere else, and redistributes. But if we are able to manage a perishable crops in its production, storage and redistribution better, we'll be able to control prices. You're right in pointing that out.
वित्त मंत्री जी, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने फर्स्ट रिएक्शन जो डीडी नेटवर्क पर दिया उसमें आपको बधाई दी, आपकी टीम को बधाई दी, साथ ही उन्होंने कहा कि ये बेटर ग्रोथ और ब्राइट फ्यूचर के लिए दिया गया बजट है। अब जब आपने एक रोड मैप इंटरिम बजट में आपने प्रॉमिस किया था कि हम विकसित भारत का रोड मैप देंगे, आपने इस पूर्ण बजट में दिया। ये जो 9 पिलर्स आपने डिफाइन किए हैं, आपको लगता है कि ये एक विकसित भारत की नींव रखते हैं, और किस तरह से इसके पीछे का दर्शन थोड़ा सा समझाएंगे हमारे दर्शकों को प्लीज?
बिल्कुल, ये 9 पर्टिकुलर आइटम्स स्पेसिफिकली हमने बोला है। आप अगर अब देखेंगे यूजुअल क्लेम्स ऑफ हाउसेस, रोड्स, ये नहीं है। इन एवरी वन ऑफ देम एक फ्यूचरिस्टिक ध्यान दिया गया। फर्स्ट पॉइंट ऑन एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्टिविटी रिलेटेड, क्योंकि वोट ऑन अकाउंट बजट में हमने एग्रीकल्चर रिसर्च के लिए भी और अभी भी एग्रीकल्चर रिसर्च के लिए बहुत बड़ा फंड अनाउंस करी, और उसके द्वारा मॉडर्नाइज करने के लिए एग्रीकल्चर में क्रॉप पैटर्न के लिए, और ये 400 गांव में जाकर के खरीफ क्रॉप का, लैंड असेसमेंट का और फार्मर्स रजिस्ट्री में एंटर करने के लिए
डीपीआई का इस्तेमाल,
का इस्तेमाल, ये सब फ्यूचरिस्टिक फॉर मॉडर्नाइजिंग इंडियाज एग्रीकल्चर, वो एक पॉइंट है। फिर सोशल जस्टिस के साथ प्रधानमंत्री उन्नत ट्राइबल विलेज, इसमें 63,000 villages in which there are tribal bahul majority, tribal majority villages. We are going to absolutely provide everything to make them compare with any other better managed ग्राम पंचायत।
5 करोड़ जनजाति,
हाँ, 5 करोड़ जनजाति को। सो सोशल जस्टिस मतलब ये सिर्फ नहीं है कि आप अच्छे कहीं स्कूल चलाओ और जिसमें वंचित वर्गों का बच्चे को ले आओ, वो भी करना, ये भी करना।
मैम, working women's hostel, creches, women specific skilling programs, promotion of market access for self-help groups, these are some of the things you mentioned. And you said that women's led development will see an allocation of more than 3 lakh crore rupees. Could you specify some of the, how this is going to be spent?
See, actually speaking, we have been consistently maintaining that the emphasis for bringing more women to productive activities will have to be continued. And that is why in economic survey yesterday, you saw the figures that from somewhere close to 2018, 16.7% to 37%, women's participation in workforce has been highlighted in the economic survey. So in the last 10 years, where we started with a simple Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao to bringing more women and incentivizing women in work, and providing them, loans to uplift them. Even in this budget, we have given emphasis for land and property registration for women. So like that, at every stage when we center focus on women, it has brought in a bit of a mindset change, like the way in which in the rural areas, Drone Didi has actually not just made women to be able to operate drones, but the mindset in the village that our women can just not do our regular kitchen work, but here are they in the fields, which are essentially male dominated. Only for the haranguing, monotonous physical labor de-weeding the field do you find women coming. But here in the villages, women are operating drone. They are able to make assessment of the crop density. They are able to use it for spraying fertilizer, chemical and so on. And if this is how villages and their mindsets are changing towards women, it gives them a prominence. So in many of that is why, if you remember last time, we had come up with a special savings scheme, Mahila Samman Bachat Nidhi. What a response we had in it. Because people realize saving in the name of women actually helps. They've come out to invest. Women have themselves come out, and women themselves are saving in some other, their child or their mother's names. Right. So this government has not lost an opportunity in bringing to focus women and women's needs. Whether it is the simple sanitary pad, which Honorable PM spoke about, even from Red Fort, you can see the priority is given for women, and that's what has explained why 3 lakh crores for women and women-led. Today, Anganwadis are standing out for the kind of quality work that they're doing. They can be even better improved. You're going to have early childhood education centers in those Anganwadis. Because
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram has reacted on the budget presentation by the Finance Minister today, and I quote, he said on a post in X, he said that I'm glad to know that the Honorable FM has read the Congress manifesto for the 2024 elections, and after the election results, this is the outcome, unquote. This is, of course, a post by P. Chidambaram on the budget presented today.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Hardeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Hardeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Welcome back. Continuing with our focus on the changes proposed in the budget as far as tax structures are concerned. And continuing with the discussion, in fact, let me go across to Mr. Rajiv Dimri now, co-chair of the FICCI Committee on Taxation. Mr. Dimri, there was, we had in fact discussed the pre-budget memo which had been given by FICCI, especially with regard to the tax proposal. So is the FICCI in a way satisfied with what the Finance Minister presented today in terms of the changes she proposed on taxes?
As you would have seen yourself, the list of demands is endless because we have to cater to all the members. And therefore, I can't ever imagine a scenario where all our demands are met, for sure. But I think the focus on MSME, the focus on manufacturing and employment generation, those are some of the key demands that the FICCI has been highlighting, not just in this year, but multiple years. Because, you know, the core aspect of MSME is that not only we need all the big companies, yes, of course, but if you look at the larger economies, if you look at Germany, if you look at US, the medium and small enterprises plays a material role in economic activity, in value addition, in innovation, and of course in local employment. And these MSME also has the ability to have a more widespread development and not just concentrated to some large industrial areas.
Right, but
and
what's your point of view as far as the taxation structure is concerned, Mr. Dimri? Because we are focusing specifically on that in this show.
You know, when it comes to taxation, yes, if there could have been little bit more incentives for the larger players, you know, that's something. But if we look at the removal of the equalization levy, which has been a demand for a number of years, and that was a great thing. The rationalization of TDS provisions, because even small small defaults were resulting in major nuisance. So we certainly welcome some of the rationalization measures. But is there anything big for the big manufacturing? For instance, no PLI is a miss as far as we are concerned in this budget. So while PLI has been a materially successful, schemes, not having a PLI in this budget is definitely a miss. So there are good and bad in this budget for the taxpayers.
Right. Saraswati Kasturi Rangan, coming to you now. One of the aspects that we're looking at is, besides the income tax slabs, is the capital gains tax as well. While there was a demand for rationalizing it, and that's what the finance minister has done this time around, there's also been an increase in capital gains tax, both in short term as well as long term. So what is your takeaway as far as that is concerned?
Well, I guess overall it is a matter of deliberating whether consistency and clarity is better over a long-term period. And I think the sense we are getting is that this government is definitely looking at long-term changes. So from that perspective, I would say while there is a small tweak from 10% for listed securities to 12.5%, the exemption limit also has been increased from 1 lakh to 1,25,000. So yes, there is an initial feeling that yes, the rates are higher, but if it is consistent and there for long term, I would definitely say 12.5 is not too bad. From a short-term capital gain perspective, especially on the listed securities, yes, 15 to 20 is not easy to digest, and I think there was a knee-jerk reaction from the markets on that. That is something that we would definitely need to look at. The other thing we would also need to keep in mind is on immovable properties, we are seeing that the rate is now long-term is at 12.5% without indexation. So that's something which we would need to look at. Does it really work? Because indexation was something that was considered very favorable from an immovable property perspective. So we would need to look at that a little more in detail. But I think overall, we would need to look at whether, given all the fine balancing that needs to be done, I think this is something that's commendable.
Right. Naveen Vadhwa, if I can bring you in on this. Now, coming back to the income tax structure, the changes were obviously very pointedly made only to the new income tax regime. But will this finally lead to more takers? Because we haven't really seen that happening much over the past couple of years. So what's your thought on that?
So I still do not believe that many taxpayers will go with the new tax regime. So I did some little calculations, and what I found, if your total income is about 20 lakh rupees and you are claiming just a handful of deductions like ATC, ATD, 24B, and still old tax regime is beneficial for you, your tax liability would be lesser in the old tax regime. And as of now, till date for this current assessment year, around 80% of the taxpayers are still in the old tax regime. So I believe this number should be reduced a bit, and but I still believe that if your income is about 20 lakh rupees, the old tax regime is beneficial for you. And if let's talk about the capital gain taxation, yes, there has been a buzz. The removal of the indexation benefit is very, very disadvantageous for the taxpayers. But if this is not the exact case, if your property is too old, if you bought your property, let's say in 2001, and there has been substantial increase in the price of your property. So your property is in tier 1 city, let's say Gurgaon and Noida. So the tax liability would be lesser if after this removal of the indexation benefit and reduction in the tax rate. So I won't say it's not completely black or white. I still say it's a gray, and you have to see case to case basis if this budget actually has given you something or it has taken something out of your pocket.
Right. In fact, if I can take the same question and with a bit of a twist to Kumaramangalam Vijay. Mr. Vijay, do you also feel that even now there'll be less takers for the new tax regime? Really, this is not going to work out. And do you feel that the government with this is in any which way a step closer to actually phasing out the old tax regime? Do you see that actually happening? Because we also heard voices from the ground there saying that they are not impressed.
Yeah, so I would agree with what Naveen is saying, that for the high tax brackets, the old tax regime still works well. But at the same time, you see some stage we'll have moved towards a more digitized compliance process, where probably most of these deductions, which are based on certain expenses being claimed and all that, they'll have to give way. So I think we're moving towards that direction, and it's only a matter of time before the old one will probably be completely phased out. Yeah.
Okay. Now, if do you feel also, if I can take this question to Charanya Lakshmi Kumaran, if we look at some other aspects on how middle class could be affected, or the salary class could be affected, and those are in terms of the customs duty cuts. If I can have that graphics up, which will show that there's of course been duty cuts in gold and silver, that's been brought down from 15 to 6%. Telecom equipment also, there's in fact been a hike from 10 to 15%. And cancer drugs, 3 more medicines have been exempted. And in the medical X-ray equipment, customs duty has in fact been reduced. So do you think that these measures today will actually boost these sectors? They are supposed to be people-friendly measures, but how does it translate it in terms of consumption patterns?
Right. So, great question. I think I would like to look at it in 2 ways, right? One is, you said middle class, right? So that is your consumer class. The other is your middle class, which is also your salaried employee, right? So there are 2 aspects of a middle class that one needs to look at when we look at the budget. Now, the middle class with respect to consumer, yes, things like reduction in the rate of BCD for precious metals is going to definitely impact, and I think I'm very, very thrilled about it, personally speaking. Things like mobile phones, BCD on mobile phone, BCPA equipments, chargers, that has come down. If you look at, like you said, medicines, for example, 3 critical cancer drugs, that's come down. So when it comes, these are things that will be directly beneficial for a consumer. But if I look at customs duties on, say, steel, electronics, critical minerals, marine, shrimp feed, etc., these are all things that are going to give boost to manufacturing, specific sectors to improve and increase the manufacturing, to increase exports. And when we talk about manufacturing, and this has been a recurrent theme, I think from 2017 onwards, that we have to now push towards the next phase of manufacturing. Manufacturing is going to create jobs. Jobs means, again, this is something that's going to go back to the lower middle class and the middle class all over again. So I think this is a great boost to the manufacturing sector.
Okay, yes, and jobs and the internship program, which has also been suggested in the budget, that's also something which has, of course, at least led to a lot of reactions, if nothing else. If I can quickly now ask all of you to come up to present your assessment of the budget, especially with regard to taxes that we have been focusing on, starting with Kumaramangalam Vijay, first with you. I want to actually get an opinion from everyone here on the same question. Modi 3.0 government's first budget, how does it fare when it comes to the burden that the salaried class or the middle class have to take in terms of the tax share? How does this budget fare as far as that scale is concerned? Kumaramangalam Vijay, first with you.
Well, middle classes have been taking the burden of contributing a lot to the revenue, and to that extent, the relief will always be, they'll feel that it's falling short. But I think it's a great step because they've retained at least 12.5% tax in the capital gains on long term. At the same time, on the properties, they've reduced the tax rates, and the angel tax has gone away. I think overall, I think it's a very, very positive budget, and it will lay steps towards a lot more inclusive growth going forward.
Right. I have 30 seconds for each guest to comment on this. Naveen Wadhwa, you go next.
As far as the income tax proposals are concerned, so I believe the government has tried to bring certainty in the tax laws. They have tried to simplify the provision, and they have given a lot of things for the taxpayer, except if we leave tax on the capital gain from the financial securities. I believe there are a lot of things for the taxpayer, and it will really help them in getting the certainty in the taxation laws. So I'll say the taxpayer has something to cheer up for this budget.
Okay. Rajiv Timri, your closing thoughts?
What is given to the individual taxpayers is good, not great. Of course, 17.5 is good, but it's not what will make them absolutely delightful. The focus on creating employment for young people is a great step forward. What is also perhaps not talked about, the steps that have been taken to reduce dispute, which is one big problem that our tax system has. I think that will also go a long way in making this a more beneficial for the larger economy.
Right. The finance minister has also, in fact, called for a complete review of the IT Act to try and simplify it for everybody. Saraswati Kasturi Rangan, your final thoughts on this?
So I think we've all been talking about the tax slabs and the capital gains, but I think there's a little more in the detail for the salaried class. For instance, that there was this tax collected at source, which was typically not availed or not given as to be considered in your salary deduction. Now that has been enabled. So I think those with overseas remittances, stock payments, purchase of gold, they would now be able to use all those credits at the time of tax withholding itself. The other thing is for MNCs, employees where they give overseas shares, there was a big challenge reporting all of that in the tax return and they had to file ITR2. Now there is an exemption from reporting up to 20 lakhs. So I think procedurally there is a lot that is there to cheer for. Overall, I think it's a step in the right direction, bringing clarity and consistency. Certainly a long-term bet, I would say.
And finally, Charanya Lakshmi Kumaran.
Thank you. So yes, I think it's a positive budget. Does it mean immediately a lot of money in the pockets of the middle class? Maybe not. But this is, I don't think we should look at the budget every year anymore as a tax saving per se, but as a roadmap for the next few years. And I think two key things: rationalization of tax rates, simplification of the act, simplification of the procedure, and dispute resolution. I think these are key takeaways which will help the middle class and every taxpayer in the future.
Right, and with that, we are coming to an end to this show where we specifically looked at the budget and the proposals that the finance minister presented as far as taxation structure is concerned and the several aspects that we covered here. Thank you so much to all my guests for joining me on this discussion. And with that, of course, it's a wrap from my side. News and updates will continue right here on NDTV. I'm also, in order to discuss the budget presentation today, I'm also joined by Dr. Soumya Kanti Ghosh, Chief Economic Advisor of the SBI and also a member of the 16th Finance Commission. Mr. Ghosh, thank you so much for joining us here on NDTV. Your initial assessment of the budget presented by the Finance Minister today.
Yeah, I think, thank you for having me on the show. I think it's a good budget. It's a budget actually which ensures stability and continuity in the tax proposals. There has been some tweaks in the budget, but the good thing is that the numbers which are put out in the budget, as like in the previous years, they are conservative. And my sense is that at the end of the year, you will see that the deficit numbers and the borrowing numbers which have been put out will be much better than this, even the existing tax buoyancy. So basically the budget again, I mean, it has been a case for the last couple of years. The budget actually over-delivers and under-promises. And I think this is a continuity from the last 2 years when the deficit was pegged at higher level and we reached a lower target. So from that point of view, it is good for the markets, it is good for stability and good for continuity.
Mr. Ghosh, how do you think that, how does this budget fare when it comes to assessing on the basis of ease of doing business? Is there enough measure which has been proposed by the finance minister to enhance ease of doing business?
I think on the first case, if you ask me about the ease of doing business, I think the government has reduced the taxes on foreign companies from 40 to 35%. So that's a positive step. The second thing which it has done is that it is actually this time announced several schemes which basically talks about this employability. As you know that the government is going to incentivize the people who are going to enter the workforce. So that is also another thing in terms of the employability. And if you ask me about the ease of doing business, I think it has actually identified critical sectors which are employment generators. For example, in MSME sectors, there are several initiatives. A credit guarantee scheme is coming, which will literally benefit a lot of SME players. The agricultural sector, the land records are going to be digitized. And if this is an indication, I think over a point of time, given the fact that a lot of records are digitized, it will also help the farmers to hypothecate their land and get higher loan. And also, I think in some of the other sectors like taxation, like the skilling, the government has intended abolishing the angel tax. So that is also another way of looking into the ease of doing business. So I think there are several micro initiatives in the budget which tries to ease of doing business, but I want to emphasize that this is a continuity, and you could actually see more changes coming in the February budget, because the finance minister today said that she wants to simplify the IT tax. And my hunch is that over a point of time, the changes which we have seen in the capital gains and other things will mean that we are actually moving to a new tax regime.
Okay, Mr. Ghosh, quickly, because you mentioned it, that this internship program which has been suggested by the government, there are a lot of questions being raised about it. Politics apart, do you think it's workable, and does it really truly answer? Is that a fitting answer to the jobs challenge that we are facing?
See, I think if you ask me very honestly, I think in Indian labor market, if you look into for the record of the last 50 years, every time if you look into the data, 50% or more of the Indian labor market is actually self-employed. So basically the criticism which often comes in the last couple of years that the self-employment has gone up is actually not correct, because always it's a matter of fact that 50% of more India's employees are self-employed. Having said that, the idea about the schemes is that trying to ensure that the labor force is actually getting formalized. And from that point of view, we will also find another mention in the budget, where the budget has clearly said that the data on the eShram portal, whereby all the unorganized laborers have actually registered, that will be integrated with the other portals. So this means that the government is working on two steps. First, formalizing the Indian labor force, because the informal labor component in the Indian market varies from 40 to 45% through several estimates. So that is the first aim of the government, to reduce the informality. And the second thing is that the existing informality also, the government will actually try to address their issues by trying to see how it can extend social security benefits to them. So my sense is that it's a working process. You may not see immediate results, but over a point of time, I think this could actually address some of the structural issues of the labor market.
Right. Mr. Ghosh, my final question to you. There was a lot of anticipation that there would be some announcements made to boost the demand in rural economy. Was that a miss in this budget, according to you?
I don't think it's a miss. I think the government has clearly said that it wants to work on digitizing the land records, and it will actually help the 6 crore farmers. My sense is that in the February budget, you could actually see some definitive moves in that direction in terms of easing of the agricultural credit by using the land records. So I think, and the next budget I think is only a couple of months away in February. So a lot of things which has been said in this budget or not repeated in the budget, I think this is going to happen in the February budget when it will be presented.
Right. My final question, and we have very less time, but your thoughts on whether you see the old tax regime being phased out in the next budget?
Yes, I think the old tax regime has outlived its continuity, but I would like to add one point over here. I think in any country, the personal income tax would ideally convert to the corporate income taxes, or it could be lower than that. So my sense is that given the fact that corporate income tax is currently at 25%, over a point of time, if the old tax regime is continued, I think the new tax regime, the income taxes could ideally convert to the corporate taxes, and that could actually give a huge boost to the consumption, which you always talk about in the context of India, where 60% of the GDP data is actually accounted by consumption. So I think that is one wish which as every taxpayer dreams of, but my sense is that ideally they should converge towards each other over a longer period of time.
All right, Mr. Soumyakanti Ghosh there, thank you so much for joining us on the show with your analysis of the budget presented earlier today. And with that, it's a wrap on the bulletin. Keep watching NDTV for more news and updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Hardeep हमारे साथ हैं।
वो परफॉर्मेंस सही सारे नीति बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Hardeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Maria and I join you on this special Budget Day broadcast. Each year, the Indian Union budget holds the nation's economic pulse, sets the agenda of political economy to make important shifts. In 2024, the focus of the budget, Maria, you would agree, was razor sharp as the spotlight was on jobs and skilling. That Lok Sabha elections 2024 were also centered on something that you covered very sharply.
Yes, that's right. And call it learning from the election outcome, Vasudha. Because 6 schemes focusing on employment and skills are the big takeaway of this budget. And of course, this is the first budget of Modi 3.0, and Prime Minister Modi has rewarded key NDA allies. The budget 2024 had a big announcement for professionals entering the workforce. Nirmala Sitharaman has talked about 1 month's salary, which is essentially an internship of sorts, which is being planned as well. The allies have got a fair share, and with projects announced for Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. So on this show, Vasudha and I will be looking at the politics of budget. Joining me for the big budget face-off are the 2 politicians who often agree to debate on national television. Dr. Shashi Tharoor and Jay Panda, veteran parliamentarians, are joining us. So thank you so much for your time. Dr. Tharoor, will you congratulate Jay Panda that they have taken some of your ideas and have implemented it and ensured that they see the light of the day? You may be not in the government, but the opposition has borrowed it well.
I'm afraid that, for example, our apprenticeship scheme has been rather diluted into their internship scheme. The dilution is rather significant because we talked about giving £1 lakh a year for an apprenticeship, which trains people for real jobs, whereas this is only 60,000 a year, and it's only for an internship, which is an assistant kind of role. Also, the government is allowing CSR funds to be diverted to this, and CSR funds, in principle, are meant to benefit society and not to be turned inward into essentially covering the company's own costs and paying wages. So I'm not sure that we fully appreciate the fact that they have stolen or borrowed or implemented this particular idea, because the dilutions, we believe, undermine its worth. Our original concept should have been implemented in full. One thing I'm personally satisfied about is, as you can see on YouTube, in March of 2016, I recommended to Arun Jaitley, the then finance minister, that the angel tax be abolished. It's great that 8 years later the BJP has seen the wisdom of this. So there I'll congratulate Jay if you want me to.
Okay, so there is at least some reason for you to congratulate. And Jay Panda, I can see you smiling as well. It's always great to see politicians who are on completely different sides smile on debates. Jay Panda, so thank you to Dr. Tharoor and the Congress Party.
Look, I think it's a refreshing change that instead of following his party leadership, who have continually opposed anything and everything that the Modi government has done, any policies that we have proposed, despite the fact that this has led to India being the fastest growing large economy for many years in a row now. If they want to take credit for ideas, it essentially means that Shashi the wordsmith is giving us a compliment in a subtle way. Now, let me point something out. This budget is phenomenal in terms of the focus that it brings on employment. And that's been a fundamental challenge for India for many decades. But the important thing is, if you look at the track record itself is quite stark. During the 10 years of the UPA government, 29 million jobs were created. And during the first 9 years of the Modi government, for which I have the latest data, 125 million jobs were created. That's 430% more job creation than in 9 years than 10 years of the UPA government. I can see Shashi shaking his head, but this is from the SBI's economic analysis wing based on RBI data, which is in the public domain. So I would urge him to read that. So on top of, with the 125 million jobs created over 9 years, one holy grail was achieved, because for a very long time, the requirement in India has been, because of our demographics, because of our huge youth population, to create 1 million new jobs every month. And as you can see, that milestone has been reached. But then to shift gears into this very massive focus on job creation and on skilling is going to set the tone and tenor for the next 5 years of the Modi government. And all this while maintaining the thrust on infrastructure growth, maintaining the thrust on GDP growth rate. And I'll conclude by saying that I don't think it's bad at all to utilize CSR funds to create the opening in the door that many young people require. Because companies have strict entry standards, and that sometimes becomes a barrier for them to commit to taking in the number of people that the government would prefer, that people would prefer.
Okay.
And I totally disagree with Shashi. I just conclude by saying this. I totally disagree with Shashi when he says that CSR should not be meant for job creation, because corporate social responsibility, I think it is a social responsibility to facilitate job creation for young people entering the job market.
But the question is also, Jay Panda, that how is the corporate
DBT
world
aspect of
taking it? I mean, should
No,
they
it's
be...
not just the corporate world. I think, Maria, you need to look at the details of the scheme, because there is a direct benefit transfer component of it, which goes directly to the young people getting the jobs. So I think it's something that should be applauded.
Okay, Dr.
Okay, Maria, can I just respond to Jay on this? First of all, this figure of 125 million jobs created is completely discredited and scoffed at, even though the RBI, to its eternal discredit, has put its name behind it. Where are these jobs and who is being paid what? 47% of what's being counted as jobs are completely unpaid labor. And it's therefore completely unacceptable in any global standard to count them as employment. The fact is that there is a colossal shortage of jobs, particularly 43.5% youth unemployment and 44% graduate unemployment, which are both horrific figures in our country today that sadly have not been addressed in this state. That's the first and most serious concern that I have in what Jay is claiming. When you look at what's going wrong with our country today, one of the difficulties definitely is in job creation, but another great difficulty is with the fact that the rural poor are being ill-treated. The finance minister didn't even mention the word Manrega. And you're looking at a situation where the demands for jobs in Manrega have been keeping on going up and the allocations have not been there. Health and education, which are crying needs of the Aam Aadmi in this country, allocations have gone down in both cases. So when you look at what's going on, we see the finance minister talking about money for infrastructure, but she doesn't mention a word about the disasters that have been inflicted on this nation in the name of infrastructure. We've had the roof collapse at Delhi's airport. We've had the 5 bridges collapsing in Bihar. We've had the canopies of 2 more airports in Rajkot and Jabalpur collapsing. We've had the Mumbai's Trans-Harbour link developing a crack and the Pragati Maidan.
That's a long list, Dr. Tharoor.
But the problem is, what is
Tharoor,
infrastructure investment doing if it is not actually going to be enduring, lasting benefit to the nation? Railways, we are looking at a colossal crisis in terms of railways, with the Kavach scheme simply not being implemented despite various talks about that. You're looking at a really pathetic level of investment in railway safety at a time when we've had 2 major railway accidents, a collision and 2 derailments in the course of the last year. So when we talk in terms of where we're spending money, we have to see how that money is actually benefiting the nation and the people of the nation, and that's also not there.
Okay.
And overall investment with FDI fleeing this country, FDI, real FDI, that is FDI minus the withdrawals, is actually at the lowest levels in this country since 2006. So I'm sorry to say that all the rosy picture my good friend Jay is painting is belied by the actual reality on the ground. You talk to 80% of India's population say that they've witnessed a decline in incomes in the last 10 years of Modi rule. All the benefits seem to have gone just to the top 20%. What is the government going to do for these people? How are we going to increase wages at the bottom of the ladder? And I'd love to hear Jay's answers to those questions, because we certainly got no answers from the finance minister today.
Jay Panda, when all those announcements were coming, particularly for my home state of Bihar, that there'll be highways and bridges, I was actually worried, because Bihar in the last few weeks has seen multiple bridge collapses. So that is a reflection on the quality of these work. So how will you ensure good quality infrastructure besides making it about your alliance partners happy? Of course, Nitish Kumar would be happy. He has put out a tweet thanking the finance minister and prime minister, and so has, Andhra's chief minister. But the larger question is that does it really lead to job opportunities and the quality which is missing because of the incidents that Dr. Tharoor has spoken about?
Mari, I really wish I had to face off only against Shashi and not against you too. But in the next round, I'm sure you will ask him tough questions as well. But let me answer both sets of questions. First of all, you can't keep changing the goalposts. When the largest bank in the country, one of the largest in the world, has its economic analysis on jobs based on RBI survey, you can't just wish it away. It's a fact of life. Number two, when you talk about nothing being done about the bottom of the pyramid, I think my friend Shashi forgets about the world's largest food aid program, with 800 million people being assisted by Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Ann Yojana. It means that the access to food and the pressure on disposable incomes has dramatically changed. And so the allegation that he makes about rural poverty is actually quite different. In fact, if Shashi read the newspapers this morning, he would have read about the surge in rural consumption, but on many factors, for example, by purchase of two-wheelers. So, and if he makes it a point to read the financial newspapers every morning, throughout the last several years, on a monthly basis, he would have read the pink papers reporting about record new job creation. This is something that's not just not just me or SBI saying. It's been reported by The Economist and reported by other multilateral agencies. Now, the UPA also has a habit of trying to blame the Modi government for its own fault. Now, look at the turnaround in the banking system, how NPAs have dramatically come down. And today, the finance minister talked about 3,30,000 crores having gone back to creditors because of the tight enforcement of the regime. Now, please recall that these huge bank overhang, the bad debts, were created during the UPA era when there was a lot of malfeasance, a lot of loans were given to people who ran off, and that has been corrected. Similarly, when you talk about infrastructure, some of the problems that we've seen, many of them were built during the UPA era. If you look at the infrastructure that's been built purely in the last 10 years, purely under NDA governments, look at the Delhi-Lucknow Expressway, for instance, look at many other such infrastructure, you will see that we are getting world-class infrastructure. So I don't think we should shy away from celebrating some of our successes. We are doing well in the eyes of the rest of the world. Of course, we have our domestic critics, but if you take a look at the larger picture, you will see that India is being celebrated around the world.
Okay. Dr. Tharoor, some compliments to the government, I'm sure. This is assets for the nation. These assets, infrastructure building is for the country.
No, listen, I want the infrastructure of the country to be improved, don't get me wrong, and certainly something that every Indian should benefit from, but there's got to be attention paid to quality. There's got to be attention paid to endurance. There's got to be a serious audit done when things go wrong, and money has to be allocated towards safety and security, none of which we've heard about in the budget speech today. So on the question of infrastructure, I'm not knocking infrastructure. I'm just saying implement it better. As far as some of the other things are concerned, the Jay has said, look, I want my country to be well regarded around the world, but I do know for a fact that we have some serious challenges. Vietnam is doing so much better than us on every single yardstick. They're attracting the businesses that are leaving China. They're growing faster. They're exporting faster. And they've got 1/14 the population we have, whereas their growth figures have been much, much better. So I don't think that we should be patting ourselves on the back as some sort of world leader on these matters yet. I want us to be one, but let's really get there before we start saying this for domestic political consumption. Finally, let's talk very seriously about what ordinary people really need in our country. And the truth of the matter is that too many people, Jed talks about the sort of 81 crores of free grain. And you know, it's a sad admission, actually. There's still so much poverty in the country that the government needs to give so many people free grain because they can't eat without it. But the sad thing is I've met people who tell me they can't afford to cook the grain they get. That's the problem. We don't have enough money available and disposable income in the hands of people for the oil and the vegetables and the chilies that they'd like to put in to go along with that rice and have a decent meal. Let's understand that we're not talking only about the affluent sections of this society. We're concerned about the vast majority of people who have actually found themselves worse off in the Modi government's rule than those whom Mr. Panda is talking about. The tax cuts that have gone to the corporates, which has again been a feature of the budget today, the truth of the matter is they have not been spending that money in investing in jobs and in helping people. If you put money in the hands of the poor, they spend it because they need to spend it in order to live, to eat, to dress, to move about. And that money then stimulates the economy far more than the kinds of policy measures that the BJP government has undertaken in recent years.
But overall, you know, because the government and the finance minister in a press conference also, Jay Panda, said that employment, of course, she talked about the acronym, has been the big thrust of this budget. That is the essence of this budget. So would you say that that's an acknowledgement that employment generation has been the big challenge for you, that despite the efforts that have been put in, you talking about capex and, infrastructure leading to employment generation, the big challenge is unemployment?
The big challenge of employment has been there for India for decades. And as I said, the last 10 years have been better than any other period in modern India. And on top of that, the gears are being shifted to top gear. Lakhs of crores are being allocated for these skilling and internships and other schemes that have been announced today to help create new jobs, to get new younger people into their first jobs. Now, a couple of other things I'll point out. I completely disagree with Shashi when he says that the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Ann Yojana scheme is an admission of poverty. It's not the case. He knows as well as you and everybody else that we have had a problem of huge millions of tons of grains which had been rotting. Storage had been a problem because of the MSP regime that has been so successful over the past decades. Rather than grains rot, it's much better to provide them to citizens. And I don't agree that people are not able to avail of or utilize the grains that they're getting. Number two, Shashi mentioned Manrega. Right at the beginning of his first term, Prime Minister Modi made it very clear that he's an astute enough politician not to rock the boat about something which has reached millions of people. But now this is a pet bugbear of Shashi's. Every single time we discuss the budget, he brings up this issue, completely blithely, and I think maybe deliberately ignoring the fact that it is a demand-driven scheme. As much demand as there is will be met by funding from the budget. So there is no sense in giving a number to how much Manrega funds are there because it is demand driven. And the reality is that the demand for Manrega has not picked up because job creation has been much better than was the case in earlier times.
It's not true. The numbers show the demand has picked up, Jay. Come on, you can't just come up with your own facts. The numbers show that demand is outstripping the availability of jobs. And what is more, there are large numbers of women workers who have not even been paid for their labor because of the fact that allocations from the center to the states to pay the workers have been falling short. I can tell you of my own state because I've seen this firsthand. So there are some serious issues. Demand is not being matched by government allocations in Manrega, and it is a reflection of the fact that people desperately need this kind of work. But look, you and I are not the issue here. The issue is who is supposed to be benefiting from the actual numbers. There were 13 crore active workers under Manrega right now, of whom 52% are women. And the truth is that the government has simply not provided the resources to pay these people. The World Bank actually did a report praising Manrega and saying that 1.7% of GDP should be allocated to this program. How much do we actually allocate? We allocate 0.26%, which is actually lower than the UPA government did, and that too was lower than the World Bank recommends. So we really need to find some resources, and the government has to prioritize people in the rural economy who don't have work, who don't have realistic purchasing power capacity. I don't know which paper he's reading, but I can tell you I go to the villages in my constituency, as I'm sure you do in yours, Jay, and you can see the reality on the ground. People need work. People need income, and the sad situation that we are enduring the worst income inequality in our country today, worse than even during the British Raj, is something that ought to shame us all rather than celebrating macro numbers.
Jay Panda, quick response, and then I'll ask the last question to Dr. Tharoor.
Look, I simply disagree with Shashi that funds are not there for Manrega. It's just not the case. I don't know about his home state. He mentioned Kerala, but that's not been my experience. There is a huge focus on rural and urban development this time. I mean, look at the millions of, tens of millions of new homes that are going to be constructed for needy people on top of the tens of millions of homes that have already been created. He talked about women, and millions of women have already become lakpatis because of the support to SHG groups that has happened over the past few years. And that target is being revised upwards. Now, I can go on, but I want to conclude by, pointing out that despite making all these allocations, and really there's no point in comparing between UPA and India allocations, because today the Indian economy is 3 to 4 times bigger than what it was during the UPA allocations. So the percentage numbers yield, even a apple-to-apple comparative percentage allocation means much larger allocation today because the size of the economy is much bigger. But I want to conclude by saying, yes, I think one of the most important things is how the fiscal deficit has been controlled. If you speak to those who give country ratings and those international agencies that monitor the country, the fiscal deficit is the single biggest important factor when it comes to our exchange rate, when it comes to inflation. It has a huge impact on that. And it has now come down to 4.9%. And in the coming year, it will come down to 4.5%, which is below what it was before COVID.
Okay.
It has been an impressive job of managing the fisc.
Okay, Dr. Tharoor, you are an inherent optimist, and we are calling this programming budget of hope. Will you congratulate Jay Panda and the finance minister for having got something right? I'm sure you have seen some hope towards the end of what the Congress says a dark tunnel.
Sorry, I'm just saying, Maria, I beg your pardon, I didn't realize you were speaking, that Jay and I were both in Parliament when Arun Jaitley spoke in terms of reducing the fiscal deficit eventually to 3% on a structured, organized way. So he can't be possibly rejoicing about 4.9 when we are way above where we were intending to be 10 years ago. Be that as it may.
COVID.
No. The fact is we have exceeded. Look, every target that the government has set, it has failed to match. Just look at the numbers for Make in India and we can talk about that. Nothing, unfortunately, that the government has promised has been fulfilled. And this is a genuine challenge. I'd love to see more success, Jay. I've already congratulated you on taking some of our ideas and I wish you hadn't diluted them. But as far as Maria's insistence on us actually agreeing on something, I think we all agree on the objectives. We want a prosperous India. We want a strong India. We want want an India with good infrastructure, and I certainly want an India where nobody is starving and children are not malnourished and people are able to actually look forward to a decent meal, roof over their heads, and the prospect of decent work. I would like to see this government putting much more emphasis on health and education than it has done in this budget, which Jay has also not mentioned. Both of those areas have been woefully neglected. You mentioned COVID as a debating point, Jay, but then why has that not spurred the government into putting more resources into public health rather than less? And education has been a besetting failure of our society for a very long time, with ASER reports annually revealing that a large percentage of kids in the 8th to 10th standards can't read a second standard text in their own mother tongues. We have to give more resources to government schools. These are the kinds of things where I wish
you are
he and I
completely
would agree
disagreeing with everything that has been said. Jay Panda, 30 seconds.
Yes, Shashi is very good at prose, but I'm afraid woefully inadequate on data. Now, I'll just say about health, the allocation to health on a compounded annual basis is 9.5% growth per year over the last many years. Now, that's 10 to 15% higher than the growth in GDP, which itself is the fastest growing in the whole world. This is just plain hard statistical data that Shashi should grapple with.
All right, Dr. Tharoor and Jay Panda, always a pleasure to have you on budget days. You are really feisty and you always agree for discussions. So thank you so much for your time here on NDTV.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Jay. But I'll have my own numbers to send you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Hardeep हमारे साथ हैं.
The performance सही सारे नहीं थे, बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Hardeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, One World Hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fast...
Welcome back. The first budget of Modi 3.0 has been presented today. It has rewarded key NDA allies, both TDP with 16 MPs and JDU with 12 MPs with very important projects. There's also a difference here. Of course, the AP Special Reorganization Act stands, which is what the government talked about today. But clearly, this budget, with its political compulsions, has also become a political flashpoint between the BJP and the opposition, with the opposition calling this biased attitude by the central government, by the union government. To talk about this, we have the TMC's Sushmita Dev, and we also have Shiv Sena's Milind Devra. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining us on this broadcast. Sushmita, to you first. You know, today I was listening to the Chief Minister of West Bengal speaking, and she also spoke to people of Darjeeling and Kalimpong, and she said that, you know, the MPs that you selected did not really sort of in some ways deliver. That seemed to be you know, what I inferred from her speech today. So tell me, you know, is this one way of telling voters that, you know, you are responsible for the people that you vote for, and you'll have to, like, you know, maybe make your decisions, political decisions, based on the work that they do for you?
See, it is the Prime Minister of India who floated a slogan called Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. That means elections will come and elections will go. But after an election is over, he has to actually walk the talk on cooperative federalism and competitive federalism. You do not treat a state and the people of that state in a way that is directly connected to your electoral fortunes. And that's what's unbecoming of a government which we call the Union of India. Mamata Banerjee today, as a CM of Bengal, categorically stated that the deprivation of Bengal is continuing. You know, 1.71 lakh crores of rupees are outstanding on central scheme, which is the central government's share. Now, who is it impacting? It's impacting the common man and the woman of Bengal. Because, and why is it impacting them? Because Prime Minister Modi doesn't have the numbers he would ideally like to see in Bengal. So, to hear the Finance Minister dedicate a good part of her speech to Bihar and Andhra and not hear the name of the other states when it comes to giving them a package or giving them some sort of a enhancing scheme which will promote their economy or help the rural or the urban areas of those states is very disheartening. So there is a political budget, and then there is a budget which has to take into account that Viksit Bharat can only happen if the states also progress and the states also
you know,
move
if the centre decides to diplomatically talk with Nepal and, you know, in some ways address the problem of flood management in Nepal, in India, in Bihar, it's actually good for Bihar also, Bihar and Bengal also, right? You know, these are bordering states. So in some ways, at some point, you know, there is also a need to rise above politics, isn't it, on both sides?
You see, recently Prime Minister Modi met Sheikh Hasina about the Farakka Dam. If you're talking about cooperative federalism, shouldn't he have consulted the Chief Minister of Bengal? So you can't work in a selective manner. Just because you have a government somewhere and somewhere you don't have a government, And then you have a chief minister who's a crutch to your government, and therefore you respond to him better. That's what's unethical about this budget and the approach of the government.
Okay. So, Milind, cooperative federalism has to be about all states being treated equally, and hence the resource allocation and big projects should be announced for most states. And, what is evident from this budget is that you realize, I think the BJP is realizing, that there are allies whose concerns have to be addressed, and these are kingmaker allies, so TDP and the JDU. Is there a concern from you, the Shiva Sena, that elections are around the corner? You should have also been perhaps given some extra resources or extra projects?
And Milind, your party actually performed the best amongst the three allies of Mahayuti, so clearly you did in some ways deserve that.
Yeah. Well, firstly, thank you for having me. Few points, allow me to make a few points. One is, as far as Maharashtra goes, very recently, not announced in the budget, but a few weeks ago, the cabinet in the government of India announced a massive project for the state of Maharashtra, a 76,000 crore rupee Vadhavan port, which is going to be the largest port in India. It's strategically chosen to the western part of India. I've been a former shipping minister. I know how strategic and how important it's going to be for our maritime capabilities. Someone could have easily said, why was it chosen in Maharashtra? Why didn't it come to Kerala? Why didn't it come to Andhra Pradesh? Why didn't it come to Odisha? Sometimes you have to do the things that are important, not just to appease somebody. My good friend Sushmita made a point. She says that this budget is very political. Let me be very candid with you. Every single budget in this country is political. And it's true, when there is a coalition government, the budget becomes more and more political. Now, Sushmita, my friend, is with the TMC today. I remember in the UPA, I was a member of parliament in 2009, 2014. At that point, the TMC was supporting the UPA. It was a key ally of the UPA. And at that time, what did the UPA do? The UPA announced a huge debt relief package for the state of Bengal. We were accused at that, Congress was accused at that time of appeasing Mamta Didi, of appeasing TMC. And I think a TMC person made a statement at the time, an MP in the House, if I'm not mistaken, that yes, so what if they're giving it to us out of turn? Right. Now, I'm not saying that's justifiable. I'm not saying that is a trend that should continue. But in reality, politics does determine, in addition to economics, how a budget is drafted. Having said that, a state like Andhra Pradesh, today a state that's been partitioned about a decade ago, its capital, Amravati, still needs a lot more investments. Can we compare, for instance, a state like Bihar, which is a backward state, to Maharashtra? Can we compare a state like Bihar, which is a backward state, to West Bengal? I have respect for the people of West Bengal. I think West Bengal, Maharashtra, Gujarat, many other states, these are traditional industrial states. West Bengal certainly didn't have the advantage that Maharashtra did or that Gujarat and other states did. But it's caught up in terms of its industrial capabilities. Infrastructure has been built. It has an industrial base. It has large corporates based in West Bengal. Bihar has a different set of needs. And if the government of the day is investing in a state like Bihar, is investing in Andhra Pradesh to serve its capital, to strengthen its capital, what is wrong?
The investments are happening also because Nitish Kumar is an alliance partner.
No, yes,
I mean, for all these projects could have come to Bihar much earlier. That did not happen.
Let me make one more point. Andhra Pradesh, for instance, the Congress party for the last few weeks has been demanding a special package for Andhra Pradesh. Now, when the government announces a special package, then you say it's politicization, then you say it's Kursi Bachao Yojana, and you make statements like that. If you don't announce a package, I'm sure the Congress then would have said, why haven't you announced a special package for Andhra Pradesh? Can't have it both ways. That's why what I said is, let's keep politics out of the way. TMC has also benefited in the past from supporting the UPA government and getting it.
The finance minister has said the East and has it's not just about Bihar, it's also about Bengal, Odisha and Andhra Pradesh. So in that eastern region, Bengal and Odisha also is included, and Bengal, the state which Mamata Banerjee represents, Sushmita.
Absolutely. Bengal, Odisha, Assam. Ready to mitigate flood measures in Assam. Assam is also an important state which gets affected by floods. Now, can someone say, oh, because it's a BJP ruled state?
Okay, let me ask
Let's
a
keep
different
politics
question
out. This
to...
is a...
Okay, Sushmita,
just one second.
The elections are over now. Sushmita, your party has proved a point. BJP has just about 12 MPs, so there is a point that TMC has proved. Is it time to go back to those original ties that TMC and BJP originally had? Because Bengal is an important state. The Prime Minister has often spoken about it with a lot of grace and affection. Do you sometimes think that probably it's also time to, maintain a cordial relationship with the centre so that the state also gets what it deserves without any open animosity?
See, Vasudha, I'll tell you something. Let me put on record the fact that in December of last year, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee came to Delhi and met the Honorable Prime Minister. Doesn't matter what the electoral politics of Bengal and BJP and Trinamool is. It's not like she hasn't approached the Prime Minister and to explain to him what she needs and what the people of Bengal are demanding. But the fact is, when you take two states like Bengal, where there's TMC, and let's say Uttar Pradesh, where there's a BJP government, in a similar situation, the two states are treated differently. That's discriminatory. Today, you're telling the people of Bengal that Mamata Banerjee's government has issued fake NREGA cards. But when the number of fake NREGA cards are similar in UP and Gujarat, there are no inquiries and money is not stalled. That's the kind of discrimination that doesn't just hurt the country, it hurts the nation. Because the Union of India is made out of these states. Now, I'm just saying, I do not grudge Bihar. I do not grudge Andhra Pradesh. Milind is right. Andhra Pradesh has lots to, recover from after a new state has been created out of Andhra Pradesh. But I'm just saying that in the finance minister's speech, there should be a sense of parity. Yeah. So you cannot just mention the two states who are supporting you. And I think the reason Maharashtra found no space in it, because although Eknath Shinde group may have done better relatively, but they have not delivered. Let's face it. Maharashtra, I think NCP, Congress, I have done much better. So I agree with Milind that politics is connected to budget, but it has that narrative has to end somewhere.
Okay, Milind, although we understand that there is a AP Reorganization Act and all. Some days ago, Shuvendu Adhikari, a leader from Bengal, said, "Jo hamare saath hain, hum unke saath hain." So clearly, while the budget has its compulsions, the political message of this, actually, the one that gets driven around by workers, will be slightly different, and that might actually lead to discrimination that Sushmita is talking about.
Look, let me try to elevate the political discussion, not the economic discussion, the political discussion beyond West Bengal and Maharashtra and this petty politics. Let me try to paint a little picture of where India is today. Firstly, global growth is at 3% per annum on average. India is poised to grow around 7%. We should be happy about that. Number one. Number two, for the last 25 years, much of the world, especially the developed world, the Western world, have moved their manufacturing base entirely to a country called China. Today, the entire world is reworking their supply chains, trying to bring investments back into their country.
Right.
They are adopting what is called a China Plus One strategy, where they are moving manufacturing, keeping manufacturing in China, but also moving manufacturing to countries like India. Some countries and some companies are adopting an ABC strategy, anywhere but China. They want to invest in any place but China, and they're coming to countries like India.
Okay.
It's for us to utilize these tailwinds. These are once-in-a-lifetime tailwinds. These are historic tailwinds. If someone makes a statement, we're the fastest growing country, should we be proud of it? Yes. Should we look at reducing inequalities in our country? Absolutely. Should we ensure more employment comes through? Absolutely. But the fact remains that today, if you look at the front pages of today's newspaper, I'll give you a very good example. Apple, the company called Apple, that makes iPhones. Today, and this is something which has happened only because of one initiative called the production linked incentives in the last 5 or 6 years.
Right.
Today, Apple is making 14% of its iPhones right here in India. What is the worth of that? $14 billion, employing thousands of people.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, for example, if these incentives that the government is providing industry, if the incentives are targeted in a way to create jobs, which they are, but also to change supply chains and move supply chains away from China, so we reduce our
Absolutely,
dependence.
that's very important. Like the production
tomorrow
linked
China
incentive, we
becomes-
also have
if
the
tomorrow China does
employer-led initiative.
Milind and
if China does
Sushmita,
what it
we'll
did
continue
if China does
this
what it did in
discussion
Balwan,
off
and
air.
it becomes hostile towards
So
India, how
thank
do
you
we
so much
become-
for your time. In fact, we have the two union ministers' interviews also lined up for you. Vasudha and I spoke to Piyush Goyal and Ashwini Vaishnav and listen in to what they had to say. And joining me now is Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Piyush Goyal. Thank you for speaking to NDTV, sir. The thrust of this budget is certainly on job creation. Which are the sectors which the government is seeing as job generators and where skilling is the key? Because one of the aspects or big takeaways of the economic survey was the big skilling gap which has been acknowledged.
Well, I think this budget has demonstrated the holistic thinking of the Modi government. If you will connect the dots that this budget has offered to us, you will find that on the one hand, it has come out with schemes for skilling and employment promotion through the employment-linked incentives. On the other hand, it has identified sectors where India has tremendous potential: leather, textiles, critical minerals, in a way feeding into electronics and electric mobility. It has focused on chemicals. So in a way, you will find that the budget looks at which are the sectors where India has a competitive edge and has, through various initiatives, 12 industrial parks are coming up in different parts of India. E-commerce hubs are coming up to promote exports. Processing of agriculture, processing of shrimps or marine products. So in a way, this budget supports several sectors wherever we have a competitiveness in the world markets or in the Indian market, and provides for employment and skilling at a macro level, but which will naturally go towards the sectors where we are most favorably placed.
Mr. Goyal, you know, one takeaway certainly is this first-timer scheme or internship scheme. My question is, are the companies on board, and how will this be really taking shape? And is there some kind of timeline that you're looking at? Because it's very, very ambitious in terms of what the government plans to do. It is talking about 2.1 crore youth who would be benefiting from it. It has also identified some 500 top companies.
Well, Madam spoke about 500 top companies in the country. Reputed companies have shown a lot of interest, and it's a natural fit. Everybody is looking for trained and skilled manpower. The L&T managing director the other day is on record that he is falling short of 45,000 people in Larsen & Toubro's infrastructure company. And when I last met him, he said, that's not all. I need 25,000 more for my software and IT business. So I think the demand for skilled and trained talent is massively growing. More and more international companies are setting up base in India for their R&D, for design, as a part of their global capacity centers, the GCCs. Our manufacturing is integrating with global value chains. So there's a massive churn going on in India to expand both manufacturing and services. And given the thrust on infrastructure, thrust on tourism, I'm very confident that we will create more than 4 crore jobs in the next 5 years, and government will act like a catalyst. The private sector will be at the forefront. The PSUs will contribute massively, and overall, we will continue to be the fastest growing large economy in the world.
Okay, talking about the political reactions that have come in, Mr. Goyal, you know, Congress says that this is a copy-paste budget, that you have borrowed ideas from their manifesto. As a veteran politician yourself, how do you react to that charge?
They should make up their mind. In an earlier interview just before yours, I was asked the question that Congress is unhappy that you have not taken their ideas forward. So I'm not, now you have confused me totally. But let me tell you, nobody looks at the Congress ideas seriously. If any budget or any government was to work basis the Congress ideas, India would become a banana republic. We would be a bankrupt government. They are half-baked ideas, not thought through, unreasonable, financially unviable, and nobody ever takes any leaf out of the Congress book. I can assure you about that. And neither do the people of India trust them, and therefore they have holistically rejected them and left them at 99.
Minister Goyal, coalition governments are known for compulsions, as they say, politics of compulsions during the UPA as we saw play out. This is the 11th budget of Prime Minister Modi, and it's clear that you're speaking from a position of strength. There is reforms which have been put as on focus. There is continuity of policy as well. According to you, what makes this budget decisive and crucial for government's own roadmap for Viksit Bharat?
Well, I think one marked difference in this budget is the confidence that it exudes. Because in earlier times, when we came into government in 14, we were straddled with a broken economy. India was a fragile five economy, foreign exchange reserves were low, we had serious stress, growth was low, inflation was high. In every respect, the confidence and morale of the country was down. The world looked down upon India. There was no respect for India in the corridors of power in the world. We built that up assiduously in our first term, only to be confronted with COVID and then the two wars. Despite all of that, the Prime Minister, through his astute leadership, the Honorable Finance Minister and earlier leaders, Mr. Jaitley, the former Finance Minister, they have, through 10 years of painstaking effort, made India a very powerful nation. We have strong economic fundamentals. The macro economy is very strong. We have a sense of confidence across the nation. The world today looks up to India as the engine of growth. So this budget builds upon this strong foundation and therefore is very bold in its outcomes, is thinking big and is preparing the framework which will help India rapidly grow towards a Viksit Bharat.
All right, Piyush Goyal, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV and sharing your thoughts on the big takeaways of the 11th budget of Prime Minister Modi, but also the first budget of Modi 3.0. Of course, it's an alliance government, so NDA 3.0.
First budget under Modi 3.0 was presented today, and the Prime Minister has said that this will lead to every household having an entrepreneur, and also it will address problems of poverty. To understand the big takeaways from this budget, we have with us the IT, INB and Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. Thank you, Mr. Vaishnav, for speaking to NDTV. Employability and employment schemes of the government that the Finance Minister announced today are being talked about a lot. I remember when you started the semiconductor mission, you focused a lot on training, and this also has to do with skilling and training, but private companies are going to get involved. You also are the IT Minister. How realistic is it, and what all needs to be done to make this work on ground?
See, the last 10 years, if we look at the way our Prime Minister has managed the economy, it's a very thoughtful and a methodical way, making sure that the foundation is strengthened, making sure that every section of the society gets addressed, making sure that our poor people, our middle income families, our youth, our tribal families, they all are able to be a part of the mainstream economy. This budget is a reflection of that thought, and this budget also puts a big focus on employment generation as an independent activity. We have seen employment being created through the capital investment program. If you look at the formal jobs created in the last financial year, it was of the order of almost 1.5 crore. These are the new formal jobs created. Today's budget has put a bouquet of 5 schemes as a part of Prime Minister's package, in which youth of our country will get new employment opportunities through a combination of employment linked incentives, skilling, and making sure that the industry and youth are integrated. The needs of youth are integrated with the requirements of the industry. So these 5 schemes together have an allocation of 2 lakh crore rupees. And over a period of 5 years, lakhs of students, lakhs of young people, lakhs of candidates trying for various jobs will get lots of opportunities. The internship program and the employment linked incentive, these are continuation of what has already been achieved in the past 10 years, and it was also announced in the BJP's manifesto as Modi ji ki guarantee. It was announced as a part of that, and we are very happy that in the first budget itself, Honorable Finance Minister has announced very specific scheme for employment creation.
So you're confident that the private sector will be on board, the 500 companies?
Of course. Just recently, I think the L&T CEO, he announced that they need 45,000 more people, more employees. So this is very much a need of the hour that we integrate the requirement of the industry and we integrate the current skilling level and the aspirations of our youth and make sure that more and more people get employed.
Absolutely. Mr. Vaishnav, a lot is talked about the government doing away with the angel tax. Now, of course, while everybody has welcomed this, there's also a concern with regard to money laundering. We did hear the Finance Minister also clarify that there are other provisions in law which can look into this. What kind of impact can this have on the startup ecosystem?
See, the deep tech startups, they are the ones where it's very difficult to make a fair assessment of the value of their work. So it was becoming very there was an uneasy situation where a deep tech, when you start the work, it will be very difficult to say that after 1 year what will be the outcome of that project. So it was imperative, and this is the best practice all over the world, where the startups, their valuation is done as per the assessment of the funding and the investment community, investment professionals. They are the ones who do the assessment. So I think it's a very welcome move, and the startup ecosystem has highly welcomed this move.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Hardeep हमारे साथ हैं।
वो परफॉर्मेंस सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Hardeep Yadav.
The aspiration for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good evening and welcome to a very special episode of Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. It's been a huge day today with the Union Budget presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. What's in the budget which is in store for you? What is the story as far as the larger economy is concerned? We've spoken to top industrialists across the country. We've spoken to leaders, opposition leaders as well. Over the next 1 hour, we'll bring you their views, their perspective on what this budget is all about. But before we do that, let's bring you an idea of the key points that are included in this budget right up off the top. There is a big focus on jobs. 3 new schemes for job generation have been included. This part of this will be an internship to students in the top 500 companies in the country, with the government to pay the first month's salary of first-time employees. As far as taxes are concerned, and yes, all of us would certainly be wanting to know what's the detail there, the standard deduction in income tax in the new regime of taxation has been raised to 75,000 rupees from 50,000 rupees. So again, a push to people to move towards that new regime if you want to save some money. The new tax regime slabs have therefore been changed. Salaried class could save up to 17,500 rupees. There is no change for those who are part of the old tax regime. There is a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961, which the government is now looking at. They propose to make the changes in a period of 6 months flat. Long-term and short-term capital gains tax and STT will be hiked significantly, and this has been welcomed by industry. Angel tax has been abolished. A customs duty for mobiles, gold and cancer medicines has been slashed. The fiscal deficit has been cut to 4.9% from 5.1%. Better fiscal discipline. Will this result in an improvement in India's credit rating? This is a very positive aspect of the economy. And in addition to this, there are special finance schemes for Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. These were all demands which were made by alliance members of the BJP in the NDA. And there is an easy access credit scheme for medium and small scale enterprises. So those were some of the key points that emerged in the union budget. Let's bring you reactions and a lot more which we've had throughout the day. We've got a wonderful panel with us. Chandrajit Banerjee, Sanjeev Puri with us, R. Mukundan and Kunal Bain. Thank you all very much for being with us. Mr. Puri, let me come to you first. A big bang budget is not always something that's required. in terms of this budget, I characterized it as being incremental. Is that something you believe it is, or do you believe it's better than that, more than that?
So I think it's a very good budget, because there are policy interventions that have happened in the past that have worked well, and it is evident from the economic performance. 8% when the whole world is under distress is a remarkable achievement, and I think carrying forward that model now is a good positive. It kind of reinforces continuity of that strategy and approach. So I think that's very important. It's a very important signal. Second is it brings in many new dimensions. I think very clearly a lot of focus on employment and employability. A lot of very sharp focus on rural and agriculture. A lot of focus on making manufacturing future ready with the areas like innovation, critical minerals, and very clearly a lot of focus on competitiveness, a lot of focus on ease of doing business, the income tax regulation revision in 6 months, and also the factor reforms being, it was very, although, we can argue that the reforms are not laid out, but I don't think the budget is where it needs to be laid out. But very strong statement to say that a position paper on that will be prepared, and very clearly also the move to connect with the states and incentivize states, because a lot of the next generation reforms involve largely at the state level.
Right.
I think these are all very, very powerful statements, very powerful statements of intent. And of course, it does require all stakeholders to work together and take it forward. So I would say this budget is significant in many ways.
Kunal, 1.4 lakh crores is the provision made for education, employment and skilling. There are some interesting ideas which have been brought forth. Young people working as interns for a period of 1 year. It's something the government is going to fund as well. Do you endorse this? Do you believe it has some benefits?
Obviously, this budget recognizes the fact that our country has the median age of 28.
Yeah.
And we have 1 billion people below the age of 35. And it is imperative that we upskill them. We keep talking about the age of AI and how that's going to, take jobs away. Actually, it's not going to take jobs away. It's going to change the jobs. But to change the jobs, we have to make sure we change the
skilling, right?
The skills. Yeah. And all the investments and the direction that the Honorable Finance Minister has pointed to today, and all the investments that will be made in that direction henceforth should help with that upskilling. Even from a startup ecosystem lens, it helps, because startup ecosystem doesn't operate in a silo anymore. It is deeply embedded and inside every industry, whether it's manufacturing or, obviously technology, logistics, etc. So the more upskilled people we have in our country, the more they will be, subsumed into the startup ecosystem, subsumed into the existing companies that exist, and be able to be more productive as well at their jobs.
Yeah. But so you would welcome young people being part of, let's say, Snapdeal. Would you welcome them? I know it doesn't imply
the average age at all.
Yeah, what is the average age in Snapdeal?
Yeah, it's 25, 26.
Wow.
So
I would fit right in, but go right in. Yeah.
Yeah, look, the average age of startups, founders, and the employees who are working in these startups is only going down.
Right.
Now you have college kids who are starting startups, who are getting funded while they're in college, running their companies out of their dormitories. So their ability to hire talent will improve materially if the pool of talent that is available is far more skilled.
Yeah.
And hence it's definitely all these steps and investments are in the right direction.
Mr. Banerjee, fiscal deficit at under 5%, 4.9%. It could in fact be better than that ultimately going forward. What does that mean potentially mean for our credit rating?
So number one, of course, very strong. The entire macroeconomic fundamentals, as you see, is as was mentioned in the budget, we see it's very healthy, very strong. And that itself means a lot of space, number one, for, of course, credit rating of India being on a strong footing. But also, if we really look at it, gives space for, the type of capex-led growth that we have seen over the last few years, the continuance of capex, and especially quality capex, the type of capex we require now, the rural infrastructure, really going into the states, the last mile, those are very, very critical spend. Second, again, we would, going forward, should be seeing a stronger focus towards education, healthcare. These are areas when we talk about a developed country, so those are areas where one needs to go in. And the third, I think we see also from that, from the figures that come out, it really also shows us being able to push the reforms forward. And the second generation reforms that needs to be done, which they have talked in a very, very, I should say, intelligent manner to say that
new
generations that, that's including the states, because a lot of stuff needs to be done at the state level. So to take those chances to go ahead with those reforms, that gives a good space indeed.
Mr. Mukundan, 6 months is all the time that she has given her officers to completely revamp India's tax regime. It's an interesting announcement, very, very unexpected. They always sort of tweak the tax rates and tweak aspects of the tax structure, but to revamp the entire tax structure itself, the tax code as it were, why would the government want to do it, and how do you see that benefiting, the economy?
See, fundamentally, I think when we want to access capital, both Indian private capital as well as international capital, I think one of the key things is going to be stability of tax regime. And what is it going to play out for the next 10, 20 years? I think to think through the space in terms of how the different phase of the economy as it sort of transforms itself, what kind of a tax regime it's going to need, how do we have a simple administration, how do we have a ease of, let's say, engaging with the tax policy itself much more positive for the industry. I think somebody needs to think through it. I think that's really what the government is doing. I think rather than tinker at the edge only on the capital gains tax or direct tax, I think she has said that let's go through and understand fully what this tax code is. A lot of issues will also be on the litigation. How do we sort of resolve the litigation? I think let them go through that process. Decriminalization they've spoken about. So these are all things which actually make the, let's say, any average investor come to India and stay in India as an investor in India. I think fundamentally, if you look at the kind of places where there's a rub-off between government and the industry, it is going to be one big area is going to be taxes, other one is regulatory framework. Regulatory framework for each one of them, there's a different finance ministry. For example, MOF is doing ease of, let's say, environment regulations much better. Same way, I think in the area of finance, it's going to be taxation. And I think she's doing a bit in that direction. 6 months is a very ambitious target, as I agree with you. But I think if we work very in a focused manner, I think we can certainly get it done.
Mr. Puri, we keep talking about the importance of the green transition. It's already underway at so many levels. India at so many levels is doing quite well. But did you expect more from the minister, perhaps by way of a green fund or to push along that transition?
I think there are a lot of important facets on the green transition that were announced today. First of all, I think the holistic look at the energy transition, because it was impractical to really grow one way. I think the very important focus on nuclear, for example.
Yes.
And really making it economically viable, because once you make it economically viable, private capital can go after it. I think very, very important focus on even bringing efficiency to our traditional system of energy, because India has got strengths in that area and we're very dependent. There are huge costs of a systems transition. So I think a very holistic look at it. The other aspect of coming to the specific aspect of funding, see, no doubt we require a lot of resources, and resources have to come through public, it has to come through multilateral, it has to come through private capital. So all three have to come in. And I think there is also significant steps taken by announcing the formation of or the intent to make the taxonomy very clear.
Yeah,
that is going to provide both private and public capital or multilateral capital available. And the incentives that are being promoted through carbon markets, for example, the whole idea of minimal viable gap funding, etc. All of this will unlock the potential of the private capital also coming into the system of energy transition. And I just want to touch upon another facets of the climate emergency. I think I was also happy to see that there is also some very specific focus on, while not covered under, not related to energy transition, but related to climate changes, very important look at some of the very important areas of water, waste management, whether it's in rural or in urban areas. So I think some very important issues relating to climate change also addressed.
Sure. Kunal, as our economy evolves, artificial intelligence is going to become even more a way of life. The economic survey has said some scary things. It casts a, quote, huge pall of uncertainty when it comes to jobs, etc., etc. The biggest disruption for the future of work is the accelerated growth in AI. So that's one part of it. And you make the point that people will be reskilled. There are others who say that at lower income levels, people would be out of jobs. I mean, that's an assertion some make. How would you sort of look at that?
I think we can either keep, as you say, I read here, it's the budget of hope. So we can either keep thinking about how things can go wrong or work on how to improve them. And one of the big areas that the government is really focusing on is creating and germinating and promoting new sectors. So like space, for instance, the government has set up 1,000 crore venture fund to create space tech companies.
But you're optimistic about AI. I mean, just to bring you back to that.
Look, I think you can't be indexed only on one direction on anything. You have to look at a balanced view. It could be great for some sectors and it could create some headwinds for others. And I think we have to make a case-by-case assessment of whether AI is good for a certain sector or not good for another sector. That said, India and Indians have demonstrated tremendous ingenuity in the past. This is not the first shift in technology that we've seen. There have been shifts in technology with respect to the internet. There have been shifts in technology with respect to the phones and others prior hand. And every time we've seen that we can endure and we can take advantage of the shift and really put it to good use. That said, I think one thing I definitely do want to talk about before it gets lost is the very, very important decision that's been taken about abolishment of the angel tax.
Yes.
Because this is something as CII we've been pushing for many years with the government, and it was creating significant amount of pain for these young founders. Imagine two young founders, 22-year-olds, working out of an apartment in Bangalore, and they get a tax notice saying this much tax is due for reasons they don't even understand.
Yeah.
All that is a thing of the past now. And I think this is a big step that the Honorable Finance Minister has taken and will hugely benefit in improving the confidence that these young founders have in the ecosystem.
A question to any of you. I found one of the most interesting aspects of the budget, the potential use of space technology to map land and plots. The impact of that would be huge. I mean, litigation at one level might come down dramatically. Property would be legalized in ways that it's not really been. So would any of you like to talk about the significance of that?
We use the space technology very clearly. For example, we produce salt. For manufacture of salt, we actually have the space technology tell us when to pump seawater, when to take out the salt, and it does through space imaging. So I think the application of space technology for land-based use is fundamentally new thinking, and many companies are learning about it. But when you talk about land records and digitization of land records, many states have already started to do it. Gujarat has moved ahead on it. I think it will go through its own pain, because when the first digitization happens, there'll be some objection. Somebody will say this is not right. I think you need to resolve that. But using the space technology to actually identify is a very positive thing. Going to AI, which you mentioned just before, I think we got to look at India as a supply-constrained economy. If you look at healthcare, what is going to really help us reach the healthcare to our billions of people? It's got to be use of digital and AI. If you look at any service which governments wants to roll out, I think we got to fundamentally say these are tools for increasing access, tools for increasing supply to the masses.
Right. Mr. Banerjee, we as an economy are nothing if we don't encourage more participation of women. We keep talking about our demographic dividend, a young India, etc., etc. The active participation of women in the workforce, which is measurable, is essential for us to get anywhere. Did Nirmala Sitharaman do enough to encourage that?
This entire employment-linked incentive scheme that was announced has a part to do a lot on women employment and women participation in the labor force. And it's I guess what this entire area of how we have more women participating in the labor force is just not something which comes as a policy directive from the government. It's a culture and it's a change. And I've seen many manufacturing companies in India have actually in the shop floor being able to employ women, blue-collared even, and the productivity is very high and one of the highest in some of the manufacturing sectors. So it's a matter of how some of the best practices are well captured, the outcomes are well known, socialized, and above all, very importantly, is the hygiene factor in terms of that that how the company turns out in terms of hygiene, in terms of a good balance. It actually means it's a lot of business sense. And lastly, I would think that there are many collaborations required there. So better today, say instance, India is one of the highest in the world in terms of the number of STEM graduates that we produce for women. But we have to see how we increase women opportunities when it translates to job for STEM graduates, women who are STEM graduates. So it's an ecosystem that we can create. Policy directions is one, but I think it's more of a corporate culture and encouragement and projection and socialization of best practices, which makes the change.
Mr. Puri, she didn't speak the minister about the defense budget, but Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, did. And it is interesting that they're really trying to push through with Atmanirbharta in the defense sector, earmarking more than 1 lakh crores for domestic capital procurement. It makes a lot of sense because in the long run you have to manufacture your own weapons. But from an industry standpoint and an ecosystem standpoint, it's something which generates tens of thousands of jobs, if not more, in the immediate, in the onset. How is this something which can actually help us from our industry standpoint going forward, particularly also with exports in mind?
See, I think first of all, yes, as you said that it's important for us to have Atmanirbharta as far as this area is concerned. It's a very important sector. And today, because globally you're finding the spends on defense is actually multiplying. So that's an opportunity. India has actually been growing quite well as far as different exports is concerned. So I think it's a terrific opportunity to create jobs. Besides that, I think it will also have a multiplier effect over a period of time when more and more ecosystems develop, more and more technology and know-how comes in, which can also be applied to adjacent industry. So it will certainly benefit the economy in many ways over a period of time. So it's certainly very, very welcome. And it will also build some more strength into manufacturing.
Sure. And that, in fact, was my final question, not so much manufacturing, but MSMEs. And Mr. Mukundan, if you'd like to take that, what did you see in the budget to encourage MSMEs?
I think the budget did focus on the triangulation of three things. One, it focused on skilling and creating skilled labor force. It really did focus on MSME. And third, what it did focus was ease of accessing international market through connectivity, which comes through logistics and focus on logistics. And really, when I add back to a specific sector which you spoke about, which Sanjeev mentioned, defense spending world over is increasing. India is actually very well positioned to be the supplier of components and the finished defense equipment. And this can cut across multiple areas. This is about defensive equipment, also offensive equipment. And really connecting our MSME in small towns like Aurangabad, small towns like Nasik, to international market through big companies, defense companies. And these would be MNCs who want to invest in India. Many of them are coming back here. I think it will be a great opportunity. And I think this will be a growth sector for a long, long time.
As long as India starts investing in defense, which means contracts being signed and industry being fueled. Without that, these are all projections. But I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us. It's been a fascinating budget. So many aspects which have been covered. A lot which has been promised, which does need to be realized. I would once again suggest it's an incremental budget. It sort of builds on what we've seen over the last couple of years. Will a lot of this translate into real growth, development and economic sustenance in the future? We'll have to wait and see. For the moment.
On the day
Modi government, Modi 3, presented its first budget. I am joined by former Finance Minister Mr. P. Chidambaram, also a former Home Minister, but today he joins us as the former Finance Minister who has presented 9 Union Finance budgets. Mr. Chidambaram, welcome to NDTV.
Good evening.
Mr. Chidambaram, you have said that the jobs claim is highly exaggerated. The jobs claim that has been made by the government is highly exaggerated. Why do you say so?
Well, they have just plucked 3 numbers from the air. 210 lakh, 30 lakh and 50 lakhs. There is no basic data which shows how many enterprises, how many firms, how many industries have been brought under the scheme. You just pluck 3 numbers and add it up and say 290 lakhs. This is like their claim that 2 crore jobs will be created every year. Did they create 2 crore jobs every year for the last 10 years? So unless I see credible data, I'm not willing to accept for the time being the 290 lakh number that they have floated. If there is credible data, we can always reconsider the position.
Also, Mr. Chidambaram, on the jobs front, before I come to other critical part of inflation and food inflation on which you have also commented, but on the jobs front, Mr. Chidambaram, you say that you are happy that the government has copied some of your ideas from the Congress manifesto. Are you happy for the fact that the ideas have been copied, or are you happy for the fact that finally more progress, obviously some progress has been made by this government in the decade. You can call it slow, they will call it super fast, but are you happy because more progress can be made through your ideas as you claim?
I'm happy for several reasons. The first reason is the ideas that they have copied are good ideas. Irrespective of the origin of the ideas are good ideas, and they will take this country, this economy forward. Secondly, I'm happy that they have recognized why they suffered such a setback in the elections. They suffered the setback in the elections mainly because of unemployment and of course other reasons. So I'm glad that they recognized that they have to address the question of unemployment. And I'm happy that they have also recognized that some of the taxes are completely misplaced taxes. The angel tax is a misplaced tax, was a misplaced tax. And we have pleaded for the abolition of the angel tax. They have finally recognized it. So I'm glad that they realized that they took wrong decisions, and those decisions must be corrected, and they are obliged to take the right decisions.
Let me come to another very tricky point for middle class, lower middle class, middle class and upper middle class all. And that is the point of inflation, more critically the point of food inflation, which even by the government's estimation, even by the government's admission, is a sticky inflation, sticky food inflation. Now you are saying, Mr. Chidambaram, that there is absolutely no progress or no movement forward in tackling the inflation, and inflation remains unreasonably high.
Please understand, in a budget speech which I have printed, it runs to about 58 pages. And there are thousands of words. I have not counted the words yet. The finance minister dismisses the issue of inflation in exactly 10 words. Exactly 10 words in paragraph 3. Is that showing respect to the biggest challenge facing the people and facing the economy. Please understand the numbers. WPI inflation is 3.4%. CPI inflation is 5.1%. Food inflation is 9.4%. The RBI has flatly refused to lower the bank rate for the last 18 to 24 months. And I don't think they will lower the bank rate even in July or September or so. Therefore, the inflation is a major problem. Tomatoes are selling at 100 rupees a kg. And inflation in potato, onion and tomato are all in double digits. In fact, more than 30% to 40%. And if you don't address the question of inflation, when will you address it? You don't address it in a budget speech, you don't address it in a discussion, you dismiss it and saying there's no inflation. I mean, therefore I'm pointing out that you have to address the two biggest challenges faced by the economy. One is unemployment, the other is inflation. And both affect across the country, all sections, except of course the very rich friends of the government. It affects all sections, especially the middle class.
Now, Mr. Chidambaram, let me go back to the point of internship with the corporates, something that your party had also pitched. Originally, that idea has been there, and some democracies, some Western democracies particularly, have tried it during various phases. Now, do you think that, realistically speaking, this is the way forward? Although your party has been proposing it, but in the state governments where this scheme, the internship schemes, etc., have been tried, have somehow in the past seen that the desired results have not come forth. So do you think that this will tackle the challenge head on, or do you think that jobs crisis will require much more in terms of a fulsome answer?
Of course it will require much more. Look at the 3 paragraphs that the finance minister has devoted to address this issue. She says 1 month's salary in 3 installments up to 15,000 rupees. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youth. Now, which enterprises, which class of enterprises? Are they large firms or MSMEs? There's no indication at all. Similarly, another scheme that will incentivize additional employment in the manufacturing sector, employment of first-time employees. And if they register with the EPFO, that is 30 lakh youth. Now, how many companies have you contacted? What is the kind of companies? You must have done some study before you made these announcements in paragraphs 20 to 22. And additional employment, you will reimburse up to 3,000 rupees per month for 2 years, and that will create jobs for 50 lakh people. These are as vague can be. You have to have clearly defined schemes, and the fine print has to be looked into. And these are necessary but not sufficient. You'll have to address it in a wider manner. Manufacturing is stuck at contributing 15% of GDP. Now, which country has become a major industrial power if its manufacturing is stuck at 15% of GDP? The manufacturing's contribution must be much more. Unfortunately, agriculture takes up almost 27%. So you'll have to have comprehensive schemes to create employment in manufacturing, but that I don't find in the budget speech.
Mr. Chidambaram, as you and I speak, and as I was walking into this studio for this interview, the Supreme Court of India has decided not to order a retest in NEET. In your column, and in your press conference, both, you have written extensively about the education sector of the country, the education that requires further fillip, further boost from your in your mind, in your viewpoint. Now, do you think that in terms of education at various levels, in terms of higher education, in terms of primary education, and in terms of secondary education, the budget has done enough or has moved, according to you, in the right direction?
The budget is not even referred to school education and the grave deficiencies in school education. Do you know that 1/2 of our students, an average child spends only about 7 to 8 years in school. And at the end of that 7 to 8 years, 1/2 of the children cannot read a simple text in any language or write a simple text in any language. They cannot do multiplication and division. That is the quality of school education. We are not talking about CBSE schools or these elite schools or some very good government schools. We are talking about the large mass of schools, and that is where the bulk of the students study. Now, if they are numerically challenged and linguistically challenged, what skills do they learn in a school? And there are thousands and thousands of schools which have no library, no laboratory. There are hundreds of schools with inadequate classrooms, no benches, no chairs, no teaching equipment. There are one-teacher schools, underline one-teacher schools in thousands of schools. The last number I saw was 100,000 schools are one-teacher schools. Now, you have to address this huge deficiencies in school education. NEET, remember, is a end of school test. It's only those who complete 12 years take the NEET. But the bulk of students don't complete 12 years. So NEET does not enter the picture. The basic school education must be addressed. And then you allot in the budget, not for school education, but for all education, you allot 1,16,417 crore in 23-24. And you spend only 1,08,878 crore. About 8,000 crore is not spent. There are schools all over India which are crying for funds to build a classroom, to buy a computer, to build a library, to build a laboratory. Do you know how to spend your money? If you don't know how to spend the money, well, why don't you give it to somebody who can spend the money? There are many, many NGOs who will spend the money usefully. You give the money to me, I will build another 100 classrooms in my constituency.
Well, Mr. Chidambaram, the primary education, of course, will also remain the state government's business. So that also we have to keep in mind. However, before I let you go, my final question to you
please allow me to complete. Please allow me to You are not allowing me to complete.
Please go ahead.
If education and school education is if school education is to be left to the states, why are you holding NEET? It's the end of school test. Let them hold the test. What is the quality of education they've imparted for 12 years and who's successful in the examination? You come as an examiner, but you don't worry about the product which you are examining. You have the money, rope in the state governments, collaborate with the state governments, lay down benchmarks and improve your school education in this country. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Fairly valid point. Mr. Chidambaram, my final question to you before I let you go is on the critical aspects of jobs and inflation, on which you have been saying and your party has been saying that the government has also got the message from the voters. Do you think this budget moving in the right direction? What is your assessment of the budget on these two critical fronts of jobs and inflation?
Well, on the question of skilling and apprenticeship, it has taken the first step, but there's a long journey. Otherwise, I don't find this budget addressing the question of unemployment. On the question of inflation, I will give 0 to this budget. It does not even acknowledge that there is raging inflation in the country, and it mocks at the price rises and people who suffer from price rise. Just come with me to the rural India. The farther you go away from the main highway, the farther you go into interior parts of India, the prices are higher. What you measure and what is reported by the MOSPI as retail inflation and wholesale inflation is data collected close to metros and close to highways. The farther you move into the hinterland of the country, the inflation is much higher. And they don't even seem to acknowledge that there is high inflation in this country, and everybody except their very thin crust of rich families, every family is affected by inflation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chidambaram, as always, for being candid and forthright. Thank you for joining NDTV.
Thank you, Nikunj. Thank you.
Well, it's time now for us to take a short break. There's a lot more coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Hardeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance सही सारे ने बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Hardeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup and
Well, joining us now, a very special guest, Suman Berry, Vice Chairman of the Niti Aayog. Thanks very much for being with us. The Economic Survey has spoken about the need to generate 80 lakh jobs every single year for the Indian economy to be able to grow at the rate that we wanted to, for the next 20 years. Do you believe enough was said by Nirmala Sitharaman in the budget today to ensure that that takes place?
Vishnu, I like to formulate both the problem and the solution in the budget in slightly different terms, if I may, because the concept is of an employment ratio, and India has a way to go before its employment ratio is at international levels. So there are two things going on here. One is that for a range of reasons, often connected with people being in higher education, etc., people in the relevant age group are not yet in the labor force. And secondly, there is a demographic bulge coming. I'm saying all this because the right way to think of India's employment challenge is in terms of better work and not necessarily jobs, because it can often be self-employment. And so against that formulation, what I think this budget does and breaks new ground is to give a kickstart to the process of getting our existing youth better equipped for higher productivity jobs. And let me expand, if I may, on the elements of the design of the programs that should contribute to that. I think there is this distinction in India between employment in the informal sector, which has been the dominant part of employment, and employment in the formal sector. And I think something like 90% or a bit less than that now of jobs have been in the informal sector. Now, what does it mean to be in the informal sector? It means that it's sort of casual employment. Nobody's investing in you. And so the schemes in this budget are designed to create incentives at the level of the individual and at the level of the firm, particularly in manufacturing, to induce people to enter in large numbers into the formal sector. And it's the belief is that once in the formal sector, and the marker of that is being registered with the EPFO, you then start to get on-the-job training, which is a very important part of raising productivity. You get a chance to parade your skills. So what I see happening in the various initiatives of this budget is not unlike what the Government of India tried to do with some success in the so-called production-linked incentive schemes, which was to provide a push to a relationship that where there was no matchmaker. This is, so that's what I see these schemes as being about. But you had another question about the impact on growth. Am I right? Yeah. Okay. So for this to have an impact on growth, at one level, the algebra is quite simple. That if you have more people working in higher productivity activities, well, that's growth for you, okay? So this comes back to the question of, the 7 million jobs per year, which, by the way, is a lower number than people sometimes bandy around. Not all of them will be in the formal sector, but we would hope that formal sector employment will over time become a multiple of what it's been. for the reasons I mentioned. So the key thing really is how do you keep productivity rising, because it's only when productivity rises, A, that you can get growth, but B, that compensation rises.
So one of the interesting aspects of the budget is the fiscal deficit, which at 4.9%, under 5%, seems to be quite positive. Do you believe that that would have an impact on India's credit standing, as it were?
I do. So I would say that that's not the only reason to welcome this, but certainly fiscal credibility is important, including, frankly, with the RBI. The RBI has more room to manage its monetary policy if it knows what the fiscal glide path is. But I think the underlying reason, Vishnu, is a more important one, which is that underlying this budget is what I would call a couple of handoffs from the public sector to the private sector. One is that the public sector kept investment going through the COVID period, and when the private sector, both MSME and large scale, was also affected by COVID. Now I think there's enough momentum that I would hope that the private sector, with the right policies, would be inclined to invest, but equally their ability to invest is impacted by the cost of capital. And one thing that keeps the cost of capital up domestically, I'm not talking about the international dimensions alone, domestically is what you might call crowding out of the available savings by the need to finance the government. So the two things are internally consistent. If you want a private investment boom, then the public sector needs to withdraw, and the best measure of that is what's happening to the fiscal deficit. Let me just say that at the end of the day, it's not only the central government's fiscal deficit that matters. The fiscal deficit of the states matter as well, but it takes time for those numbers to be aggregated. But if you add both the center and states together, India, for a fast-growing economy, probably has still in aggregate a somewhat higher fiscal deficit than you would expect as compared to its peers. So I think there is a need for consolidation, but it must be accompanied by monetary easing if we are to maintain fast growth. And it makes possible monetary easing, which is...
One final question, Mr. Berry. Private consumption at 4%, GDP growth very robust at 8%. So there's a big gap between the two. Again, has enough been done to drive private consumption in this budget?
Are you talking about across the board, or particularly rural consumption? I mean, I would say that, economists have something...
No, so you make a key point, and since it's come up on, quite frequently, let's focus on rural consumption, because that's an area of concern.
One of the theorems of economics is what they call the permanent income hypothesis, which is that households in particular, and we're talking about households, essentially manage their, if you like, their consumption and saving behavior over a cycle. Now, we have been through a lot of shocks, weather shocks, the COVID shock as well. And so I don't think we need to overreact just yet, because the top line number, the 8% growth number, is a good number. A different question might be that will this stagnation or sluggishness in consumption affect the investment intentions of private industry? And I think that's the right question. And I would say that there are various safety nets in place. I would just say, and there's a lot in this budget about unleashing the, if you like, the potential of the non-crop agricultural sector. So I would say that this is not an occasion for knee-jerk reaction. We need to see whether this is sustained.
Right. Suman Berry, thank you very much, sir, for being with us, sharing your thoughts on the state of the economy in the context of the budget which has been presented.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to seeing it.
Well, it's time now for us to take a short break. There's more coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इस देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals अर्शदीप हमारे साथ हैं।
ਉਹਦੀ ਪਰਫਾਰਮੈਂਸ ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Hardeep Yadav.
The aspiration for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Budget revises tax slabs under the new regime. Government promises complete review of the Income Tax Act. But capital gains tax, rate of securities, transaction tax are increased while angel tax is abolished. Top union ministers weigh in on the budget on NDTV. Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju calls it the most progressive budget. Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw tells NDTV there's been record capex for railways. Opposition ups the ante on centre over the union budget. Opposition parties call it allies appeasement budget after special provisions for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. Congress chief ministers and Tamil Nadu chief minister to boycott Niti Aayog meet on 27 July in protest. No re-NEET, says the top court in its order after extensive hearing over the NEET exam irregularities. Supreme Court says it can't be concluded that sanctity of exam was breached. Karnataka government versus Enforcement Directorate. Legal battle rages on. High Court stays Karnataka government's action on ED officers. Karnataka government had booked the ED officials after a Karnataka official alleged that ED was forcing him to mention CM Siddharamaia's name in the alleged Valmiki scam probe. U.S. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheetle steps down over alleged security lapses linked to the Donald Trump assassination bid. Secret Service had been under scrutiny over the elite security agency failing to provide adequate security cover to Trump during the rally in Pennsylvania. Our top story, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented her 7th consecutive budget today, the first in the Modi 3.0 government regime. In some of the measures that stand out are the changes which have been made to the new tax regime, where more slabs have been added and the standard deduction has been raised from 50 to 75,000. Salaried class will be able to save around 17,500 rupees according to the centre with these changes under the new tax regime. There's also changes made to the capital gains tax. Both the long-term and short-term capital gains tax have in fact been hiked. Also, angel tax has been abolished, which is going to be a major boost for the startups. Meanwhile, customs duty for mobiles, gold and for certain cancer medicines have also been slashed.
However, the opposition is targeting the government on provisions which have been made for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh, claiming that other states have been ignored. There were financial assistance schemes for both states hemmed by key NDA allies, JDU and TDP. The opposition cried foul over this, and the Congress has now announced that their chief ministers will boycott the Niti Aayog meeting scheduled for 27 July. Not just the Congress, but Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin has also announced that he will boycott the meeting of Niti Aayog. Let me go across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu for more on this. Sunil, we have seen a lot of comments coming in from opposition parties today, of course, calling the budget an allies appeasement budget. But now they are taking a step forward by announcing that they're going to boycott the Niti Aayog meeting. Is there anything else that they're doing in terms of protest?
Well, they will definitely be protesting on the floor of the House as well as in Parliament and raise these concerns. But this is definitely has far-reaching consequences because cooperative federalism, if you recall, when the Narendra Modi government came to power in 2014, they talked about cooperative federalism. They talked about the chief ministers being the pillars of democratic and federal politics. And it's in this backdrop now that the chief ministers of Congress-ruled states, the DMK, the Jharkhand chief minister also saying what development is there. And I think the chorus is going to continue by opposition and India alliance bloc partners in terms of the fact that if you are going to do this discriminatory and, just give, for example, states like Andhra Pradesh as well as Bihar, we've seen even Naveen Patnaik say that the people of Orissa were promised by the BJP, but there's nothing that has been given to the people of Orissa. And it's in that context, I think this chorus will continue to become louder and a huge cause of concern for India as a whole, because you can't ignore the states, you can't ignore chief ministers, and you can't conduct meetings without them participating, which will have huge implications for center-state relationships.
Sunil Prabhu there, appreciate you joining us with that update. Moving on to another one of our top stories, and there will be no retest for the 2024 NEET UG exam. The Supreme Court said in its order today, reasoning that there is no data to suggest a systemic breach or that the sanctity of the examination following the two localized leaks of the question paper had been affected. The court admitted the fact that the question paper was leaked is not in dispute. Without doubt, there was a leak. That's what the Supreme Court said, but added that there's no material on record at this time to conclude that the result of the exam was vitiated or there was a systemic breach in the sanctity of the exam. In fact, remember, the court was hearing a clutch of petitions demanding that the NEET UG test, a qualifying examination for undergraduate medical courses, be either held again or cancelled.
हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने आज हमारे पक्ष रखते हुए ये भी वचन दिए हैं, ट्रांसपेरेंट, टेम्पर फ्री और जीरो एरर एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम बनाने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की नेतृत्व की सरकार कमिटेड है। इस कमिटमेंट को आगे बढ़ाते हुए एनटीए की संपूर्ण रिवैम्प के लिए हमने पिछले दिनों में आप लोगों के सामने एक उच्च स्तरीय कमेटी का भी घोषणा किया था। वो कमेटी अपनी काम बड़े तन्मयता के साथ कर रही है।
And in related news, the Bihar government will present a new law in the Bihar Assembly tomorrow. There will be a provision to give strict punishment to the culprits of paper leak under this law. Bihar Public Examination Prevention of Unfair Means Bill 2024 will be introduced and tabled in the Assembly in Bihar tomorrow. Right, let's shift our focus now to another one of the top stories that we have in fact been following, and that is an international news now. And this US Secret Service chief, Kimberly Cheatle, has stepped down days after the assassination bid on Republican nominee Donald Trump. Remember, Kimberly Cheatle is, of course, the US Secret Service director, and the US Secret Service had come under a lot of scrutiny for failing to secure the area, the rally ground where Trump was addressing in Pennsylvania on that Sunday morning, on Saturday evening for their time-wise, of course. On July 13th, that incident had taken place. And after the congressional hearing as well on this matter, we can now see Kimberly Cheetle has stepped down. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Disha. Disha, if you can just take us through, the kind of scrutiny that Secret Service has gone under. She's, of course, also deposed in front of a congressional meeting, but now finally taking this decision to resign.
Yes, Tawnima. In fact, this move by Kimberly Cheetle was expected in a sense, because given the immense backlash that the Secret Service was facing since the July 13th assassination bid on former President Trump, and given the fact that what were the lapses around the security at the rally, given the fact that the shooter was able to reach such a close distance to Trump, and given the assassination attempt. So remember that the Secret Service's main job is in fact to protect not just the present US president, but also all former US presidents. So this was in fact a huge security lapse, and there was bipartisan calls for Cheetle's resignation. And in fact, she has said in a mail, according to various reports, that I take full responsibility for the security lapse, she said, quoted in an email by various reports. So, as you mentioned during her House Oversight hearing yesterday, Cheetle actually acknowledged that there were colossal lapses and significant problems with the security at the rally. So, now with her resignation, current president, US President Joe Biden has reacted to her resignation, saying that he and First Lady Jill Biden are grateful for Cheetle's decades of service, and they will also appoint a new director soon. Right. So they have also said that the independent review into the incident will continue.
Mm-hmm. Right. Of course, this happening just months ahead of the US presidential election. A very, very high-profile incident there, of course, taking place now that the Secret Service director has resigned, stepped down, following a lot of scrutiny which the agency faced because of this incident. Disha, there, thank you so much for joining us with that. On that note, we'll head into a short break. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read.
Welcome back. Now revisiting our top story there, where the union budget was presented today by the finance minister. And this is the first budget under the Modi 3.0 government. And some of the measures that stand out are the changes which have been announced as far as the new tax regime is concerned. Listen in to some of the top excerpts from that budget speech.
12 नए इंडस्ट्रियल नोड्स, देश में नए सैटेलाइट टाउन्स का विकास और 14 बड़े शहरों के लिए ट्रांजिट प्लान्स। इससे देश में नए इकोनॉमिक हब विकसित होंगे और बहुत बड़ी संख्या में नए रोजगार बनेंगे।
Scheme A, first timers. This scheme will provide 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. Direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments to first-time employees. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youths. In the new tax regime, the tax rate structure is proposed to be revised as follows. 0 to 3 lakh rupees, nil. 3 to 7 lakh rupees, 5%. 7 to 10 lakh rupees, 10%. 10 to 12 lakh rupees, 15%. 12 to 15 lakh rupees, 20%. And above 15 lakh rupees, 30%. As a result of these changes, a salaried employee in the new tax regime stands to save up to 17,500 rupees in income tax.
And NDTV Senior Managing Editor Nikunj Garg spoke to Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju on his thoughts on the budget and his reaction to opposition calling it an appeasement budget.
Rijiju, welcome to NDTV. I am, first of all, I must say that you have taken time out of your busy schedule. I am thankful for that, as always. And tell me your initial thoughts about the union budget.
I feel this budget, 2024-25, is a strongest ever foundation laid for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Because Prime Minister has already given a clear-cut vision to make India a developed nation by 2047. This kind of budget actually inspires everyone to make India a developed nation. Look at the provisions in this budget. Highest ever allocation for creating world-class infrastructure. 11,111 crore. And the amount of 1.5 lakh crore loans to be provided to the state governments. This kind of budget is unheard of. It's the first time in the Indian history this kind of budgetary support is provided for creating world-class infrastructure. And if you see the overall country as a whole, if one part of the nation ails, then the country cannot progress. So the focus on the eastern India, right from Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh, and the entire northeast, this region has high potential for economic growth. But unfortunately, the eastern India, despite being very resourceful region, could not contribute much. In the last 10 years, Prime Minister has given enough support to make that region really stand on its own feet. And now with this year's special provisions for the eastern India, it's going to be a major growth engine. And if you see the essence of this budget, then the employment creation for the youth. So the job creation has been given absolute attention by giving so much of provisions, not only for job creation, but for those people who want to get into startup and stand up, for skilling, training, so many support systems. So for the youth and for the women, so much of emphasis has been given. And for the farmers, the kind of support, and for the small scale industries like those shrimp industries and all, these are going to create a huge rise in the manufacturing sector, especially in the MSME. And then you see the social structure. Today we have a very, very solid foundation to have a very vibrant society. But within the society, now the status of farmers, they have been improved so much in the last 10 years. Now the additional support provided to farmers in this budget. And then if you see those special care being given for the middle class, salaried class, the pensioners, these are some of the schemes. I think it has given a huge boost to the most needy people, the weaker section and the middle class. And if you see special care given to the vulnerable tribal groups, many of the tribes in India are small. So electorally they are not important, but they are left out. So special packages for the tribals. This is for the first time, I being myself a tribal leader of our country, being a member of the cabinet, it's heartwarming. I must thank the Honorable Prime Minister for thinking so much for the tribals of India. And the banking branches to be established in the far-flung areas of the northeastern region. So overall, if you see for the industry, for the farm sector, for the infrastructure, everything has been taken care of, including some of the focused small areas which are normally neglected, like the cancer drugs being made so cheap through this budgetary provisions. So combined as a whole, if you see the budget, I feel this budget will lead to make a truly Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat.
On that note, we'll head into a short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Budget revises tax slabs under the new regime. Government promises complete review of Income Tax Act. But capital gains tax, rate of securities, transactions tax are increased while angel tax is abolished. Opposition ups the ante on centre over the union budget. Opposition parties call it allies appeasement budget after special provisions for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. Congress chief ministers and Tamil Nadu CM to boycott Niti Aayog meet on 27 July. No re-NEET, says the top court in its order after extensive hearing over the NEET exam irregularities. Supreme Court says it can't be concluded that sanctity of the exam was breached. Karnataka government versus Enforcement Directorate. Legal battle rages on. High Court stays Karnataka government's action on ED officers. Karnataka government had booked the ED officials after a Karnataka official alleged that ED was forcing him to mention CM Siddharamaia's name in the alleged Valmiki scam.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Hardeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो the performance सही सारे नीति बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Hardeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with
Welcome back. Now, Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani welcomed Bhutan's King Jigme Khesar Namgyel and Prime Minister of Bhutan Dasho Tshering Tobgay, who visited Adani Group's 30-gigawatt renewable energy site at Khavra and Mundra port in Gujarat. Sharing pictures on X, Mr. Adani wrote, and I quote, "Immensely grateful to His Majesty King Jigme Khesar Namgyel Wangchuk of Bhutan and Prime Minister Dasho Tshering Tobgay for visiting Adani's 30-gigawatt renewable energy site at Khavra and Mundra port, deeply inspired by Bhutan's vibrant spirit and steadfast commitment to eco-friendly initiatives," unquote. Last week, Mr. Adani had met the Prime Minister of Bhutan and announced the signing of an agreement for a 570-megawatt green hydro plant in the country. Mr. Adani also met Bhutan's King Jigme Khesar Namgyel Wangchuk along with the Prime Minister in Thimphu. We'll slip into a short break at this point. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Preparations underway at Cargill War Memorial in Dras to pay tribute to Cargill War heroes on the 25th Cargill Vijay Divas. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be in Dras on July 26th to attend the 25th anniversary.
Co-powered.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Hardeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Hardeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
Hello and welcome to our special show, Budget of Hope. We are here at the Indian School of Business and I have with me students and also professors who will give us reactions to the Union Finance Minister's budget for 2024-25. I have with me Professor Prasanna Tantri and also Professor Shashwat Alok. I'm going to go to you first. What's your initial reactions? The big focus seemed to be employment, and in fact the finance minister said employment is an acronym for all the different things, whether it's employment, middle class, productivity and so on.
Yeah, being from education sector, it's music to our ears to hear that human capital's value people have realized finally. And I think the big positive in this budget is the realization that the human capital that we have, most of it is not employable directly. There needs to be some incentive to the corporate sector to hire these people, and that is what the government has realized. And it's also an acknowledgement that the current kind of skill development programs are not delivering what they're supposed to deliver. So at least let corporates train these people and let's give them some incentives. This recognition, I think, is a big deal. You know, we can debate about the form of whether this 5,000 is adequate or 15,000 is adequate, but the fact that human skilling and that can happen in a private setup better than in a government setup is, I think, is a very
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आयो बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed.
Part for this government as well.
I mean, both politically and economically. So the focus on youth-centered employment schemes is quite welcome. Especially for the manufacturing sector, we really need to create jobs. And as Prasanna rightly pointed out, I concur with him. The challenge is how do you forecast which skills will be in demand in the future. Now what the government is doing is allowing the private sector to figure out what is the skills that they need. And at the source of the employment, you have on-jobs training, which I think one could ask for more, and the government should always be pushed to do more. But it's a welcome change from the past. Largely, I think, despite having this show, budget should be a non-event, and I'm quite happy with the fact that stock markets have largely remained flat, which is a sign of a maturing economy. It's not a one-day, economy is not in a day, it's a continuous process, and the fact that budget is along expected lines gives me a lot of hope for the future.
Okay, so both of you very enthusiastic about the fact that employment has been the focus, but whoever the corporates I heard in the morning, they said, we hope this incentive, employee-linked, whatever the incentive that the government is offering, I hope it's for the government sector and not for the private sector. They didn't seem so excited about it.
No, I think they have to see the fine print. The problem now is, if you, the productivity of the worker and the wage that they ask for, there is a gap between that. That is what this program is going to solve. And they will see, if those corporates don't hire, somebody else will hire. That, as Shashwat said, now a bureaucrat will not decide what skill or what training needs to be given. Market will decide. And if somebody is not enthusiastic, their competitor will be enthusiastic. So what it does is, it will basically bring down the cost of labor. And it can have shift.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
It increases 10 more inspections. Then nobody may be interested in this. So it should be implemented in the spirit it should be. And even if they are not, without too much of compliance, even if they are not enthusiastic today, they will be forced to. That's the beauty of markets.
Okay, quick reactions from all of you. I know perhaps most of you want to be entrepreneurs, isn't it? And angel tax being removed, is that something that made you excited?
Yeah, so I think this is, again, as Shashwat said, ideally a budget should not be it should be a non-event, right? So the budget should be a checks and balances things, and removing the agent tax, that is something which is great. Making sure that buybacks and dividends are then now priced equally, right? Because you get taxes the same rate. I think it goes to show that there is a clear incentive for them to simplify things. And angel tax, obviously removing that gives a huge fillip to entrepreneurs in India.
What was your big takeaway?
So, of course, one of the big takeaways is the gap between the STCG and the LTCG rates, right? So, though it's, of course, left some retail investors with a heartburn, it has affected the markets a little bit. I think the longer term of the government is to focus on long-term holdings and eventually create a mature market that values sustainable wealth creation. So, though it may affect futures and options trading in the short run, in the long term, the government seems to be focused on fostering longer-term holdings, yeah.
There's one thinking that the taxing on the long-term capital gains or short-term capital gains is because banks are actually losing the money, and therefore is that your understanding also, that trying to bring the money back into the banks?
Certainly not my understanding. I am a little confused about what people have been saying. So when I sell or buy a stock, there is a trader on the other side. If I am purchasing a stock from that person gets that capital. Now that person can either consume or put that money in the bank. That capital is ultimately flowing into the bank. I am generally more oriented towards free markets. Who are we to decide where should investors park?
Because the economic survey also had this warning, isn't it? That too many people.
Yeah, unfortunately it did.
Unfortunately it did. Okay, what's your takeaway from the budget?
Major takeaways, it's a welcome move that employment has been encouraged in this budget particularly, and also the fact that the angel investment tax has been reduced. I think that would also encourage entrepreneurial spirit, and it would certainly benefit the youth of India.
I think the real estate sector, the stock price of the real estate sector have fallen because a part of the drop in taxation would be reduced by the takeaway of the indexation benefit. So that's something that the real estate sector is very cautious of.
I in fact thought with the PM Awas Yojana and the money that was being spent in infra, real estate is actually positive about this.
Yeah, definitely. It is a very welcoming move for this budget, and also the corporate tax cut, which about 5%, help to bring in more capital into the company, into the India, and maybe help to in making India campaign more successful.
So people have, economic survey also spoke about even getting capital investment, the FDI perhaps from China, and that bringing down the rates. What is your big takeaway from this budget that the finance minister has announced?
So for me, the biggest takeaway was the angel tax reduction. Because if we look at the differential between the number of angel investors in US and India, we recently touched around 25,000 like last year, and US has had like 300,000 10 years back. So I feel the growth will be fueled by startups in the coming years. So that reduction will definitely give the boost that is so desperately needed.
This is a startup-focused school, so the angel tax being abolished obviously extremely exciting news for us. We're seeing unicorns being popped up here and there everywhere. This will
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life.
Energy, where they have cut custom duties on solar panels, would probably lead us to future healthy energy transition, and also on some of the other capital goods where the manufacturing sector will benefit a lot to create a cost competitive market.
My takeaway from the budget was the government is trying to reduce the fiscal deficit. They had initially planned to reduce the fiscal deficit by 5.1, now it's 4.9. So that's a huge welcoming move towards the economy.
I think it's safe to call it a mixed bag, that in the first half of the finance minister's speech, we saw they were all good news. Great news on employment, on jobs, on skilling. And that's when the second half came and a lot of retail investors and common people got upset. So in the first half, I think, as you've pointed out, that right before the elections, we saw how important it is for unemployment to be an agenda, a primary agenda for the government, which we didn't see in the previous budget. So that's great that that's the primary focus now. And on taxation, I think that does leave a sour taste even for retail investors who do fall in, some of them do fall in the middle class as well. They invest in, for real estate, that's not a problem, but they do invest in equity for the long term. And that does leave a sour taste for the common retail investors.
That could have been left untouched.
Right, so I think focusing on human capital, focusing on education, focusing on employment has been long due, and I think this budget has rightly focused on that and created great facilities for that. But as my batchmate over here has also mentioned, that changing the taxation was a little bit of a problem. I think I also view it as a little bit of a criticism that I would want to put forward for this budget, that the tax rules are being changed again and again. This was changed in the last budget as well. Now again the tax rules have been changed. It creates a little bit of an uncertainty and an instability within the minds of retail investors as well as everyone who is viewing India as a stable economy. That is my only point of concern, but other than that, I think a great budget.
Okay, fiscal deficit being brought down, everyone says, is great news. But again, there is a contrarian view as well, isn't it? That money, if it was used in asset creation, would be a good idea?
Yes, I mean, fiscal deficit should be judged based on what that deficit is funding. If that deficit is funding positive NPV investments, leading to good asset creation, it is not necessarily a bad thing, especially for an economy at the young growth stage that we are in.
Yeah, so I agree with that, except that operationally this year, 6 months, we are left with what, 6 months for another budget. You have to, last year they budgeted 10 lakh crore and spent 9 lakh 48. So what's the point in budgeting and if you're not able to spend? And what happens, with this top-down approach of allocation-based approach, because you've allocated, you give money to ministries. By February, they're under pressure to spend. Then positive NPV shows up on paper. Because you have to get that money, otherwise money will be taken back. So given this year, given that it's a 6 months thing, it's not a full year budget, I think it was a wise thing to just pause and figure out and what's going on these projects. And as I said, there is, you don't, and in terms of deficits, we missed this point when we talk about India. 4.9 is of the center. There are states. If you add center and states, we are at 8%, which is the highest among all BBB rated countries, even the countries with high growth like Indonesia, right? 8% is not a small number. It's a very big number. And if you see our interest payments, out of the 48 lakh crore budget, 12 lakh crore is interest payments. Our revenue is 31 lakh crore and 12 lakh crore.
Many Sri Lankas in the making.
Yeah, so the problem is if the execution falters, remember when you make capex, you will have to spend resources on maintenance year on year. US, for example, has a gross savings rate of 18%, net of 5%. Where does 13% go? They have to maintain their assets. Now, if your execution slows down, if you just allocate without having actual projects on the ground, then you will have a lot of these resources going towards maintenance of assets without creating anything. So I think it was a welcome pause this year, given that there is shortage of time. Otherwise, in principle, I agree with Shashwat. You will not find any disagreement. You should not have called two finance professors. We'll agree mostly on everything, except that execution is important. So that's why I think this year it was a good thing to do.
Okay, both of you agreed on employment being the big focus. We said human resources the focus this time. But somehow was there enough spoken about? For instance, Ayushman Bharat didn't even get mentioned. I mean, it's something that we have been hoping will actually be, its net would be increased and so on. All that, isn't that a miss in a sense?
Yeah, I've been hoping and pleading also for this. Yeah, that's 7,300 crore plus 3,000 crore on asset creation for a 50 crore, and the PM promised that they're going to cover elderly also this time. If you remember, all elderly will be covered.
And we were hoping
this was the election promise. I think maybe it will come next year. Maybe they don't want to do it everything. So 10,000 crore, what happens is when you allocate 10,000 crore for treating 50 crore people, you start doing all kinds of, cesarean, for example, has to be done in 6,000 rupees. Then obviously it cannot be done. Good doctors will not come. So they have put caps on spending on each of these treatments. That will impact quality. Sadly, that's one I think is a big miss. They should have increased, but hopefully next year they'll do it.
And energy is another area of concern. While we spoke about climate resilient crops and research and so on and so forth, did you find enough in it to talk about the transition that we all are looking for?
I mean, green shoots, yes, right? So the challenge with energy, or more broadly deep tech, which includes space, defense, life sciences, is that these are long-term investments that will be rewards in the very long run. Now, private markets are generally not suitable to fund this. Debt requires interest payments immediately, while cash flows will come in the long run. Private equities and VCs have their own horizon. So the fact that government has recognized that this requires at least some financing from the government is a good move. Is the allocation enough as of now? Probably not. That needs to be expanded. But at least we are trending in the right direction. So it touches all the right notes. We could do more, but we will learn and probably improve in the next year.
Just want to add one point there, that they spoke about taxonomy this year. It's very, very important, because one of the things is we don't know what is green, what is not green, whether it can be mixed, what is a green bond, how do you define. When you start a new area, taxonomy is very, very important. Although there is no allocation here, I think it's if they do it well, that itself will help bring down cost of capital.
Understanding all these different kind of sectors and talking about, now they spoke about education loans. We still don't know the fine print, but in your mind, what is that as a youngster? Angel tax is one thing, okay, everyone says I want to be an entrepreneur and that brings in. But other than that, what is it that you saw in it which you thought was a good move and something that disappointed you?
I think the Mudra scheme has been now increased, so the coverage that was given earlier for the Mudra scheme has now increased under the Tarun scheme. So I think that is also So I think that is also a welcome move for small MSME borrowers. And other than that, for individual taxpayers also there has been some good news in the sense that the tax slab has been raised to 3 lakh, for which you pay no tax, and also the standard deduction has now gone up from 50,000 earlier to 75,000 now. So I think that brings some incremental good news to the individual taxpayer.
Disappointment, something you're very excited about? What was your big, what did you feel happy about when the finance minister, nothing made you happy?
Definitely. I think as everyone's talked about the angel tax investment, the increase in that was definitely something welcoming as budding entrepreneurs. And I think specifically for me, I'm more interested in the energy field as well. So seeing, as Prof talked about, right, seeing that some of the clarification on what the taxonomy behind that stuff is very important to understand, because it's very easy to say, okay, let's make something green or let's do something green, but what is it actually, what does that mean, and how does that affect the economy is something which is very good to see from my end.
For me, focus on the MSME sector was paramount, because India has around 70% of the employment is generated by the MSME sector, and a lot of employment is being promoted, and there has been increase in the MSME credit schemes, and Mudra loans have been increased, roughly doubled, and this should promote our MSME sector for the long run in generating generating the revenues for country.
The economic survey spoke about more, bringing in FDI from China as well here. Is that something that is workable? We are talking about rates being brought down for any kind of FDI, but that is something that we need to plug into that supply chain, they say. How critical is it at the stage that we are, the kind of challenges that we have?
Absolutely critical. One of the things that finance ministers have been ignoring for last 10 years is our savings rate. Our savings rate has fallen from 39% to 30%. It's a secular decline. We don't understand why. And plus the new tax thing, students will hate me for this, has made it even worse. Now, when you want to grow, you need to invest, right? If your domestic saving, China, when they grew, it used to be 45%. Indonesia is today also is 38%. We are at 29.2% now, from 39% in 2007-8, and continuously we are dropping. It's a secular decline, maybe lifestyle or whatever. Now then the only option remains FDI. FDI is so much more important than what we think for us. So this 40 to 35% is a great move they did. But eventually, both of us will say the same thing. Taxation alone will not, it's one of the factors. You have to make, ease of doing business is the only solution. Taxation is only one part of it. We are spending too much time on taxation. You have to make, if your inspector is coming every day, you get unexpected GST notices tomorrow. If some rule is interpreted in a different way by authorities the other day, if there's no certainty, if it requires 20 approvals. When Ford wanted to leave India, if you remember, in Mumbai, they faced court cases to shut down. So if you have, as long as you have all these issues, how much ever you bring down your taxes. You remember Dabhol Energy, India gave a sovereign credit guarantee interest rate of 10%. Nobody invested. There was a time where you used to give 10% sovereign guarantee interest rate when Japan's interest rate used to be 0%. How much FDI we used to get? If these incentives, these are like extra toppings on the basic stuff is, you should be able to do business easily, enter and exit easily. So that is what you have to fix. That's one of my grouse here. We are very happy.
Minister has spoken about review in a larger sense as well. I mean, she has said that we are going to do a comprehensive review of this kind of a regulatory environment which we have had.
So they have, right?
So what are the specific steps that you think are required now?
So the devil is going to be in the details and execution. Again, I don't have any specific specs except for the fact that we need stability, whether it's tax policy, whether it's policy for encouraging FDI, employment. What we need is a longer term vision. Where do we want to see ourselves 10, 20 years down the line? Work backwards. Don't tinker with policies every year unless something is really not working out for us. So as Prasanna said, I expect more stability and continuity going forward, more focus and thrust on R&D. But government can only do so much. A lot of it has to be private sector driven. So the fact that they are providing incentives for the private sector to pick up, whether it's manufacturing, employment or innovation, that I think needs to continue for sure.
In that sense, perhaps what the economic survey said and what is being reflected now in the budget seems to be at least in tandem, isn't it? When they put the onus largely on the private sector and state governments as well to create that employment. Do you see that as something that is working harmoniously?
Yeah, so private sector will do if incentives are right. The problem is, as Shashwat said, this inconsistency. For instance, on the one hand, you encourage cash flow driven lending. On the other hand, RBI says it's risky and they'll increase capital adequacy. Now, what will you can say I've given or other example. You bring down fiscal deficit, but RBI keeps real rate at 3, the finance minister said that core inflation is 3%. Repo rate is 6.75. What does it say about real rate? 3.75. Forget about food inflation. No food inflation, you can't do anything. So when different parts of the government, if they move in different directions, then you can keep lecturing the private sector. What will the private sector do? With 3.75% real rate, how do I invest? Then my productivity should be so high to generate anything.
So to wrap it up, what is this budget?
So budget is given the constraints, it's a good thing, but it's a good start, but they have to identify what's a binding constraint. In some cases, binding constraint could be the regulator. In some cases, it's not neither they did not speak a word about regulator. I think the biggest binding constraint in India are these autonomous regulators. So it's not the private sector or the state governments. They have to talk about them. You have to think about, these are not like Supreme Court or Election Commission where they have a constitutional freedom. They have a freedom if they do what they're supposed to do, right? So there needs to be a review of what the regulators can do, and they need to act based on this. This I told you. On one hand, you give credit guarantee and you want to encourage this cash flow based lending. On the other hand, you call it risky and clamp down. So then the objective will not be achieved. So they have to recognize that regulators are undoing a lot of the good things the government is doing.
So good beginning, continuity and consistency, that's what the business school expects. Not talking about the politics of what happened in the budget itself, but that's for another debate. Thank you so much for watching. The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Hardeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत performance सही सारे नहीं थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Budget revises tax slabs under the new regime. Government promises complete review of Income Tax Act, but capital gains tax, rate of securities are increased while angel tax is abolished. Top union ministers weigh in on the budget on NDTV. Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju calls it the most progressive budget. Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw tells NDTV there's been record capex for railways. Opposition ups the ante on centre over the union budget. Opposition parties call it allies' appeasement budget after special provisions for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. Congress chief ministers and Tamil Nadu chief minister to boycott Niti Aayog meet on 27 July. No re-NEET, says the top court in its order after extensive hearing over the NEET exam irregularities. Supreme Court says it can't be concluded that sanctity of the exam was breached. Karnataka government versus Enforcement Directorate legal battle rages on. High Court stays Karnataka government's action on ED officers. This after Karnataka government had booked the ED officials after a Karnataka official alleged that ED was forcing them to mention CM Siddharamaya's name in the alleged Valmiki scam probe. US Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheetle steps down over alleged security lapses linked to the Donald Trump assassination bid. Secret Service had come under scrutiny over the elite security agency failing to provide adequate security cover to Trump during the rally in Pennsylvania.
Our top focus, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented her 7th consecutive budget today, the first in the Modi 3.0 government regime. In some of the measures that stand out are the changes which have been made to the new tax regime, where more slabs have been introduced and the standard deduction has been raised from 50 to 75,000. For the salaried class, this would mean that they can save up to 17,500 rupees in a year. Long-term and short-term capital gains tax has also been hiked. Meanwhile, angel tax has been abolished, which is a boost for startups. On the other hand, something which also affects middle class and the salaried class, customs duty for mobiles, gold, as well as several 3 cancer medicines have in fact been slashed.
साथियों, एनडीए सरकार ने पिछले 10 साल में ये सुनिश्चित किया है कि गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग को लगातार टैक्स से राहत मिलती रहे। इस बजट में भी इनकम टैक्स में कटौती और स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन में वृद्धि का फैसला लिया गया है। टीडीएस के नियमों को भी सरल किया गया है। इन कदमों से हर टैक्स पेयर को अतिरिक्त बचत होने वाली है।
In the new tax regime, the tax rate structure is proposed to be revised as follows. 0 to 3 lakh rupees, nil. 3 to 7 lakh rupees, 5%. 7 to 10 lakh rupees, 10%. 10 to 12 lakh rupees, 15%. 12 to 15 lakh rupees, 20%. And above 15 lakh rupees, 30%. As a result of these changes, a salaried employee in the new tax regime stands to save up to 17,500 rupees in income tax. अभी मैं बोल नहीं सकती हूँ, ज़रूर हमारी इरादा ये है कि सिंपलर टैक्सेशन रजीम होना चाहिए और सिंपल टैक्स रजीम की ओर अगर हम जा रहे हैं ये रिव्यू के द्वारा वो ही हमारी मकसद होगा कि सिंपल कर दो। ओल्ड टैक्स रजीम को सिंपल करने के रास्ते पर ही ये नया टैक्स रजीम आया है। सनसेट होगा कि नहीं होगा वो अभी मैं बोल नहीं सकती हूँ, वो रिव्यू करने के बाद ही हम एक डिसीजन लेंगे।
And here on NDTV, we are featuring top voices both from the government and the opposition and their reactions to the budget. My colleague Gargi Rawat spoke to Union Minister Hardeep Puri earlier today. Listen in.
Partners. Well, to talk more about the budget, we're now joined by Union Minister Hardeep Puri. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us on the program. So first and foremost, opting for the new regime and good news for alliance partners. Well, to talk more about the budget, we're now joined by Union Minister Hardeep Puri. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us on the program. So first and foremost, let's talk about the criticism that's coming for the budget from the opposition. Our regional leaders like Akhilesh Yadav, Mamta Banerjee claiming that there's nothing in it for them. And given the announcements for Andhra and Bihar, they're calling it a Sarkar Bachao budget.
No, I would say, madam, that they should read the budget very carefully. So you should also read what the Honorable Finance Minister says and they'll come to the conclusion. Well, you know, when you talk about Purvodaya, that is eastern, coming from the east, Bihar is not the only state in the east. There are other states in the east which are affected and which will benefit. Now, for instance, in the case of Bihar in particular, the problem there is not arisen because of anything inside the state of Bihar. It has also arisen because of some problems arising from Nepal. So if the central government helps Bihar vis-a-vis the problems on flooding in Nepal, I mean, how is that discrimination against other states? There are so many other states which have had problems which have benefited by central assistance. I could draw up a back of the envelope calculation for you how every state in the country benefits from the central government schemes. Therefore, I think that this criticism is what I call a quick off-the-hip kind of a statement. When they really analyze what has happened, they will come to the conclusion that there's in it for everyone. I mean, if Congress is criticizing Andhra, ask them, were they or were they not signatories to the States Reorganization Act in 2012? What happened at that point of time? They are signatories. If something is being done by our government now in pursuance of that, it's not only that, but we are interested in developing corridors, for instance, from Calcutta to Amritsar. Will West Bengal benefit from that corridor or not? Will the other nodes which will be created on that route, will they benefit or not? So I can give you the statistic. My sincere plea to all my friends in the opposition, read the budget, read the related documents, the annexure, and you come to the conclusion that you have to pick on some better point for criticism than this, because you will be laughed out of court if you only go on harping on this.
Energy security was a focus in the budget, and what was very interesting, sir, was the announcement that the government will be partnering with private sector to set up small nuclear reactors. If you could tell us more about that.
But you know, if when you talk of energy security, the energy is defined in the broadest possible term. Now, you know, we signed under the Congress government an India-US specific India-US civilian nuclear energy deal. Then we also signed an India-specific safeguards agreement with the IAEA, and then we did some other agreement. But no commercial contracting took place. I'm not trying to sit here and pin blame on anyone. But the fact is, if you can now get some of your energy security issues sorted out through small reactors, that's a very good area for the government and for the states and for the private sector to explore. So I think we should welcome that development, as you should welcome the fact that we've done very well on biofuels. We are also making progress on biofuels. We have a global biofuels alliance. We're also doing things on green hydrogen. All these areas we are actually working and moving towards.
Now, there was a lot of, talk of the economy and Viksit Bharat focus also on the new middle class. Though the larger middle class, sir, are complaining that not enough was there for them in the budget. There were no big bang announcements.
No, I am a product of the middle class. I'm a very much a member of the middle class, and I'm always empathetic to middle class aspirations. But when you look at what the middle class is, you'll also realize that the middle class is, their issues are addressed in many ways. If you address the problem of urban transport, metro, that benefits the middle class. If you do Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, 1 crore houses in the urban sector, that again helps the middle class, including some people who are below the middle class, economically weaker sectional or lower income group. But it helps the middle income group also. If you do all these things, civil aviation, that helps the middle class. If you build more airports. But to begin with, if you are spending 11.1 lakh crores on capital expenditure, which you are increasing at 30% every year, again the beneficiaries are middle class. Then all these things are, now the personal tax element is one which I think gets a lot of focus, because a lot of people say tax relief should be more. Well, there is relief. For instance, the slab which was 6 to 9 lakhs has now become 7 to 10 lakhs. The one which is 3 to 6 lakhs has become 3 to 7 lakhs. So there is provisioning there. There is relief. So there you provide relief to the middle class, and you encourage the middle class in a number of ways. If you simplify the TDS, for instance, if you simplify the GST slab, that helps the traders. So, it's not. So I would recommend that anyone who wants to take a view on the budget, study the budget in its totality, look at the provisions, see how each of these provisions works out, and you'll get a pretty good idea of why it is producing a feel-good factor.
Now, the big and welcome thrust was the focus on job creation. This is an issue the opposition has been targeting the government over. Also in the budget, an emphasis on reskilling, and a very interesting internship program was announced. If you could talk about that.
Well, I think it's a very innovative program. Apart from the announcement that you want to create 4.1 lakh crore jobs, you've done something else. You're going to give 1 crore of our youngsters an internship paid with a stipend of 5,000 rupees a month in 500 of our biggest companies. Now, the very exposure for 1 year for a youngster in a top class company itself is an education. And then you will help the company to finance this project through its CSR, which is corporate social responsibility. They can spend 2% of their profits on CSR. So this in itself is a very positive and innovative sign.
Finally, sir, what has been appreciated even by the opposition was axing of the angel tax.
No, that has been welcome. Yeah, this doing away with the angel tax on this thing, it's a very positive. There are many positives. You can draw up a long compendium of positives in that, and you come to the easy understanding why this is a feel-good budget.
Right. Thank you so much, Hardeep Puri, for speaking to NDTV.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you.
Meanwhile, economist Sanjeev Sanyal joins us for his thoughts on the budget. Mr. Sanyal, thanks so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. And my first question to you, what according to you are the top takeaways from the budget today?
I think before getting into the highlights of the budget announcements, I think a very important thing which is not a part of the conversation I can see is the fact that the fiscal deficit has been continuously coming down. And this macroeconomic management of lowering the fiscal deficit now below 5% is a very important part of the macroeconomic stability and inflation control in the medium to long term. So I think this is a very good signal. Secondly, I think there is several elements in there which particularly look at pushing the private sector forward. I welcome, for example, the removal of angel tax, which has been around for now the last 10, 12 years and was a cause of some significant friction for startups. So the abolition of that is good. There is a big push towards apprenticeships and getting first-time employees onboarded into the formal system. Again, something that's a good effort. There is a big emphasis on the eastern part of the country, particularly Bihar, but also some of the surrounding states, and there are a whole bunch of infrastructure and tourism projects that have been put together. So, it's a long list. Others can read it, but I think the general thrust of it is quite clear.
Right. Also, according to you, how do the changes in the new tax regime translate for the middle class?
So I think everybody, when they come to the middle class, they, oh my God, there should have been even further tax cuts. But, you have to be careful with this for a number of reasons. First of all, a lot of the things that are being spent in the budget are for the middle class. I mean, whether it's in terms of providing formal jobs and that there's a big emphasis on that goes to the middle class. A lot of the infrastructure that is built is used by the middle class. And even as far as taxes are concerned, there are several measures here. For example, in the new tax scheme, there is, the tax slabs have been increased. For the salaried class, the standard deduction has been increased. And even where people are getting somewhat agitated for the long-term LTCG, their long-term capital gains, do point out that this is actually a case of simplification. They are bringing together the long-term capital gains on real estate and other assets and merging it and bringing it to the same level as that for equities and stock market. So yes, the one for the equities has gone up from 10 to 12.5. But the fact of the matter is for all the other categories, it's been reduced. And of course, there is a benefit of simplifying it all to one rate.
Right. Thanks, Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, for speaking to us here on NDTV. And with that, we'll be slipping into a short break. News and updates on the other side will continue. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Budget revises tax slabs under the new regime. Government promises complete review of Income Tax Act. Capital gains tax, rate of securities transaction tax are increased while angel tax is abolished. Top union ministers weigh in on the budget on NDTV. Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju calls it the most progressive budget. Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw tells NDTV there's been record capex for railways. Opposition ups the ante on centre over the union budget. Opposition parties call it allies appeasement budget after special provisions for Bihar and Andhra. Congress Chief Ministers and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister to boycott Niti Aayog meet on 27 July. No re-NEET, says the top court in its order after extensive hearing over the NEET exam irregularities. Supreme Court says it can't be concluded that sanctity of exam was breached.
in association.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals.
Welcome back. Now, the opposition has been targeting the government on the provisions which have been made for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh, claiming that other states have been ignored. There were financial assistance schemes for both states hemmed by key NDA allies, JDU and TDP. Now, the opposition's cried foul over this, and the Congress has announced that their chief ministers will boycott the Niti Aayog meeting scheduled to be held on 27th July. Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has also announced that he will not be attending that meeting.
Well, they will definitely be protesting on the floor of the House as well as in Parliament and raise these concerns. But this is definitely has far-reaching consequences because cooperative federalism, if you recall, when the Narendra Modi government came to power in 2014, they talked about cooperative federalism. They talked about the chief ministers being the pillars of democratic and federal politics. And it's in this backdrop now that the chief ministers of Congress-ruled states, the DMK, the Jharkhand chief minister also saying what development is there. And I think the chorus is going to continue by opposition and India alliance bloc partners in terms of the fact that if you are going to do this discriminatory and, just give, for example, states like Andhra Pradesh as well as Bihar, we've seen even Naveen Patnaik say that the people of Orissa were promised by the BJP, but there's nothing that has been given to the people of Orissa. And it's in that context, I think this chorus will continue to become louder and a huge cause of concern for India as a whole, because you can't ignore the states, you can't ignore chief ministers, and you can't conduct meetings without them participating, which will have huge implications for center-state relationships.
News from the Supreme Court now, and there'll be no retest for the 2024 NEET UG exam. That's what the top court said in its order today, reasoning that there's no data to suggest a systemic breach or that the sanctity of the examination had in fact been affected. The court admitted the fact that the question paper was leaked is not in dispute, but said that there's no material on record at the time to conclude that the result of the exam was vitiated or there was a systemic breach in the sanctity of the exam. Data on record is not indicative of a systemic leak. That's what the court said. Remember, the Supreme Court was hearing a clutch of petitions demanding the NEET UG test qualifying examination for undergraduate medical courses to be either held again or cancelled.
हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने आज हमारे पक्ष रखते हुए ये भी वचन दिए हैं, ट्रांसपेरेंट, टेम्पर फ्री और जीरो एरर एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम बनाने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की नेतृत्व की सरकार कमिटेड है। इस कमिटमेंट को आगे बढ़ाते हुए एनटीए की संपूर्ण रिवैम्प के लिए हमने पिछले दिनों में आप लोगों के सामने एक उच्च स्तरीय कमेटी का भी घोषणा किया था। वो कमेटी अपनी काम बड़े तन्मयता के साथ कर रही है।
Top international news now, and US Secret Service Chief Kimberly Cheatle has quit just days after the Trump shooting incident. Kimberly Cheatle resigned amid security lapses and scrutiny. Remember, the US Secret Service had come under a lot of scrutiny over questions as to whether or not the elite security agency, was doing enough in order to secure the Republican nominee Trump on that particular day when the assassination bid took place at a rally in Pennsylvania.
Given the immense backlash that the Secret Service was facing since the July 13th assassination bid on former President Trump, and given the fact that what were the lapses around the security at the rally, given the fact that the shooter was able to reach such a close distance to Trump and given the assassination attempt. So remember that the Secret Service's main job is in fact to protect not just the present US President but also all former US Presidents. So this was in fact a huge security lapse, and there was bipartisan calls for Cheatle's resignation. And in fact, she has said in a mail, according to various reports, that I take full responsibility for the security lapse, she said, quoted in an email by various reports. So, as you mentioned during her House Oversight hearing yesterday, Cheatle actually acknowledged that there were colossal lapses and significant problems with the security at the rally. So, now with her resignation, current President, US President Joe Biden has reacted to her resignation, saying that he and First Lady Jill Biden are grateful for Cheatle's decades of service, and they will also appoint a new director soon. Right. So they have also said that the independent review into the incident will continue.
And with that, it's a wrap from my side. Keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Preparations underway at Cargill War Memorial in Dras to pay tribute to Cargill War heroes on the 25th Cargill Vijay Divas. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be in Dras on July 26th to attend the 25th anniversary.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. Now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, One World Hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility.